Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. Woo! As always guys, testing testicles. Can you hear me okay? How's it going? Sorry, I had to run down and make a quick drink. And we have audio. Excellent, thank you Nuno. Awesome. Woo! There we go. So, just want to say massive thank you to everyone for joining the live stream. Absolutely incredible. Just seeing how, like the numbers just popping up straight away. The viewers waiting in the lobby, amazing. So I say massive thank you to everyone for joining the live stream, and also just great to see some of the regulars in here. See so many channel members in the stream as well, just amazing. So massive thank you, Commissar Drago, Ash, Colonel, Lyman, Tom, Bermuse Raven, Zarkin, Bazanophile 76. Lyman Abraxas, Amy J, that's my missus, so I can go and say hello, go and say thank you to her downstairs if I need to. And everyone else, just Mark Call, JP Greer, amazing. No Name, just fantastic. So, just thank you everyone for joining the stream, guys. It's amazing. Oh, it's so cool. I'm really excited about today. I'm really excited. I got a couple of things I want to announce. It's just gonna be amazing. So, super excited. Oh yeah, here we go. Thank you Tom for getting it started off. Let's start us right. Glory to Ilaria, glory to Bastion, glory to First Man to Die. Let's fucking do it. You guys know what time it is. You know what time it is. Let's do it. Let's do it. You ready? You ready? There we go. Katachan, don't worry, no name. I got you, man. A little bit loud, I might turn the music down, but massive thank you to Tom for starting off the super chat right. Massive fucking thank you. Really appreciate super chat. Can't speak, can I? Super chat, dude. Tom, let's start this right. Glory to Ilaria, glory to Bastion, glory to the first man to die. Glory to the first man to die. But not many men died this weekend, because most of them were inside tanks, and the tanks fucking smashed it, boys. Absolutely fucking smashed it. So massive thank you, Tom. I also want to say a huge thank you to Lyman Abraxas for the super chat as well. Time to dust off those tanks. Now, I'm really curious. You gave, firstly, I want to say massive thank you for the super chat, 400 HUF. I have no idea what that is. That sounds like a really interesting currency. So, Lyman, tell us where you're from. Tell us what currency that is. That's really fucking interesting. I always love learning about like new cultures. I sometimes worry it comes across like a bit, I don't know, like condescending or anything, but I don't mean it like that. Oh, I just love learning like new cultures, new things, and all that kind of good stuff. So, just massive thank you, Lyman. Really appreciate it. And absolutely, you're 120%, not even 110, 120% right. Time to dust off those tanks. Absolutely incredible. Oh, people are saying from Hungary. Hungary! Yeah! Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, massive thank you, Lyman. Absolutely incredible. Always awesome to just, I know it sounds, like I said, I know it sounds maybe almost like childlike, but I genuinely just love learning like new stuff like that. So it's great to see. It's just, that's the power of the internet, isn't it, boys? You've got people from all over. So, just want to say, like, just thank you. Really appreciate Tom. Really appreciate Lyman for getting these super chats starting off strong. Starting off very strong. Massive thank you to the both of you. Now, it's Hungary, isn't it? I always call it Hungary, but it's that's my northern accent. So, it is Hungary, but being from the north of England, we always ruin words and shorten things. So we're like Hungary, but no, it's Hungary. But, so, the tanks, boys. That's what we're going to talk about today. How did the tank cover do? Now, any of you that follow me on Facebook will sort of know what the broad result was. But we're going to get into the deep dive video. Now, what we're going to talk about today, boys, is I'm going to go through the games like it would be like an after action report. But obviously, there's going to be a lot of interactivity. I'll be able to answer your questions like live, which is great. But also, don't worry if you can't tune in for the whole stream. There will be a separate, usual Mordian Glory after action report video. So you can watch it here now, and then tomorrow you can have the more sort of professional, condensed, sort of standard video format. So best of both worlds. You get the best of both worlds. Now, before we dive into today's video, I've got like a super cool announcement. Some of you may be able to see it. I wonder if I can point to it on here. Oh, what's this? What's this, boys? What's this? Hopefully you can see it on the screen. Fucking 100 channel members. We fucking smashed the goal, boys. We absolutely fucking smashed the goal. 100 channel members in less than a month. That is insane. Now, for those of you that don't know, my original goal for this was to have 25 members by the end of June. And we got 100. And it's not even the end of June yet. So, a couple of things to announce around that. Firstly, thank you to everyone that became a channel member. 07 in the chat to every channel member. You are all unbelievably just fantastic people. So just incredible. Thank you. Like, it's just awesome. Now, to celebrate the fact that we've got 100 channel members, I will be doing... Now, a lot of people have said, Mordian Glory, don't start off this high. You know, don't do it like that. You know, pace yourself. But no. You know the credo. You boys know the credo. Go big or go home. 24-hour painting live stream. That was the goal that I set. That was the pledge that I made. I can't go back now and go, oh, well, 24 hours seems a little long, guys. We're going to have to do like a 12-hour stream. Look, if 8 hours of that becomes me face down in a puddle of paint water, asleep, then fuck it. That's what happens, right? That's what fucking happens. Hopefully that won't happen. But like, I did it. That's what I said I'm going to do. I'm not watering it down. I'm not thinning my paints. You know, better, exactly, Tom. Better to die in glory than live in disgrace. Couldn't have said it better, mate. Couldn't have said it better. So 24-hour painting stream will be happening. Amazing. Massive thank you to Byzantifile76 for super chatting the $2. Congratulations on the 100 guard, father. No, thank you. Thank you, Byzantifile76, for becoming a channel member. Thank you for super chatting. Thank you for all your support, man. It's people like Byzantifile76 that are making this shit my full-time gig. Simple as that. It's thanks to you guys. So, see some people asking, any news on the Discord MG? Yes. So now that this tournament's out of the way, I can fully dedicate some time to getting the Discord up and running. Now, I have a bolt action tournament that I am running this weekend. So, if the latest it's going to be is going to be next week, when all the bolt action stuff's out of the way, the latest it's going to be is next week. Okay. Oh man, massive thank you to Lambda Braxis. Massive thank you, incredible. If one of us will join, 10 more will take subscribe. Absolutely, absolutely fantastic, man. Unbelievable. Just really appreciate it, man. Thank you for the super chat. And we've got L1011. Look at it, boys. You know what to say. Boys, you know what to say, don't you? All the channel members, you know, I need to make this emoji sooner rather than later. Chat is popping off. It is popping off. Massive thank you to L1011 TriStar for the very incredible Giga Chad chat. Just amazing. Every time he just comes in, he slaps that big fucking dick on the table, and he's just like, Mordian Glory, here's a big old fat fucking super chat. Dude, you're incredible, man. You're incredible. So, but I just want to make sure I'm reading these super chats out in order. So, massive thank you to Lambda Braxis. Really, really appreciate the super chat, man. Absolutely fantastic. If for every one of us who joins, 10 more will take subscribe. Absolutely. Fucking love that paraphrase Dawn of War quote, man. Fucking love it. Thank you so much. And L1011 TriStar, of course, man. Double salute. Double fucking salute. You know, L1011 TriStar, son of the Imperial Governor, coming in here, Fucking absolutely smashing it on the super chat every single time. I purchased a Ducati Street Fighter V2 yesterday. Please name the motorcycle. Oh, I don't know anything about bikes, man. Do you want me to Google it, or do you want me to play a Ducati Street Fighter V2 yesterday? Please name the. Wait. I'm an Ogren, boys. He's not had his bonehead surgery. I thought you were like, this is like the specs of the motorcycle. Can you guess what type it is? I was like, no. You want me to name it? Give it a name. Okay, let me Google it. Let's take a look at the picture. Okay. Ducati Street Fighter V2. Ducati Street Fighter V2. Let's take a look at this bad boy. Let me get an image. Up here, and then I'll share my screen. Give me a second. We'll put it in the. We'll make it big. Wow, that is a nice fucking bike, bruh. That is a nice fucking bike. Red as well. Ooh. That is pretty nice. Ooh, what do we think? I think it's got to be... Yeah, what do we think? It's something. It's got to be a guard vehicle, doesn't it, boys? It's got to be called a guard vehicle. It's either got to be something like iconic, like the Lehman Russ. But if you've got like other vehicles, then you might want to call it like a specific kind of Lehman Russ. So maybe you want to call it like, red ones go faster, so you go for like an orc name. You call it an orc name. That'd be kind of cool. The Hellhound, that's a good name. The Hellhound, the Rough Rider, because I think you want to go for one that will make sense in real life, but to you it'll be like, haha, I know it's a Warhammer thing. So you could go for the Rough Rider, you could go for the Sentinel, you could go for the Hellhound. The Rough Rider I think sounds kind of cool, but people might think you're taking the piss because it's not actually a smooth ride. But I don't know, maybe it is a rough ride. Who knows? Oh man, I think the Demolisher is kind of a good one. Just fucking Demolisher. The Vanquisher, yeah, man. Simply rough. So then here's the Rider. Yeah, that's kind of a good one. I like it. I think Hellhound's a great name, man. Hellhound is a great name. Either the Rough Rider or Hellhound would be my sort of two picks. You obviously chat, suggest a way as well. Let's help Swordfish Trombone name his motorcycle. But massive thank you, dude. Massive fucking thank you. Absolutely just incredible. Just fucking generosity, man. Really appreciate it. Here we go. Back onto the main view, but massive thank you, dude. Really appreciate it. So, oh man, got some other people in the chat. We've got Iron Army Forever. Is that how Iron Army? That's what I'm gonna call it. Iron Army. Got channel member. We've got August Varney. Absolutely amazing, August. Glad to have you in the chat, dude. Fucking fantastic, August. One of our mods. And just want to say, if you notice that, you'll notice that August Varney I keep saying the last name. It sounds really, really formal. August Varney. You'll notice that Sly Varney has and Killer Kriegsman. You'll notice both of them have got cross fucking bayonets, boys. You know what that means, don't you? That means that they have been channel members for 2 months. That means they've got the cross bayonets now. If another month, they'll have the las pistol. Then they'll have cross las guns. Las gun, then cross las guns. And then eventually they'll have like the big face and everything. So just absolutely just amazing, man. August Vardy, at Morning Glory. Rough Riders have a lot of history in the United States, merch too. So they have some really cool stuff. Yeah, I like Rough Rider, man. Awesome. Just incredible. So, and Killer Kriegsman, Lucky Smashes goal. Absolutely, dude. Thanks to people like yourself and August and Ash and L1011 becoming channel members. Absolutely amazing. So, I know we've got 55 people in the chat. People are going to be expecting some tournament talk, boys. I've got one last thing to ask. Two last things to mention. One about Discord, one about a new channel membership goal. Okay? So, firstly, Discord, someone asked. It's either going to be the beginning of next week or I'm going to have it ready this week. But expect it to be next week. Okay, it's very, very close. The only reason it's live, it's ready to go, boys. The only reason I've not pushed it out is because I'm so busy getting ready for this actual tournament and juggling all the MG stuff, because it's my full-time gig now, that I don't want to go live and push the Discord, and then I'm not even in it for you guys to come and chat and hang out with me. That'd be fucking bullshit. That'd be so bad. You guys know the credo. I don't do things right. If I can't do it properly, I don't do it all. Yes, it sometimes leads to delays, but you guys know better whole-ass one thing than half-ass two things. You know, I believe that was the Emperor that said that. You know, the God Emperor Ron Swanson. So, just want to say, but it's only a week away, boys. It's only a week away. It's not far at all. So, we're going to be fucking smashing it. Don't worry, boys. August 5, don't forget to make Killer Kriegsman a stream mod. Of course. I've been meaning to make Killer Kriegsman a stream mod for ages. So, massive thank you, Sly Varney, the one-man super chatting army, for the super chat. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you for the reminders, Mel. Fucking legend. Yes, I will do that right away. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment, boys. Talk amongst yourselves. I've just got to quickly do it. I do know how to do this. I am a clever boy. Here we go. Yes. I am a genius, although not really. And then I need to go here. Sorry for the, there we go. Yeah, you go. You're now a mod, mate. There you go. Killer Kriegsman, you're now a mod. Thank you very much for being a channel supporter. Thank you very much for just being a long-term supporter and for being just a fantastic general, just helper outer. So mass thank you to August. Mass thank you to Killer Kriegsman. You now have bayonets and a spanner. Awesome. Incredible. Killer Kriegsman, I've got 20 Mark V Primes Day. Awesome, man. Cannot wait to see it. Those of you who are maybe new to the stream and who are interested in Horus Heresy, I know a lot of you are. Thanks to Killer Kriegsman, I will be getting into Horus Heresy. He is painting up a fantastic Death Guard army for the channel. Killer Kriegsman 85 painting services, guys. Go and check it out. Absolutely amazing. So, that was the thing about Discord. Last thing to mention before we just dive straight into this tournament stuff. Okay, appreciate we've been streaming for a few minutes now. Don't want to delay things too long. We've got a channel membership goal of 100, boys. What do you think we push it to for July? Do you think we go really ambitious? Because I feel like we might have got a lot of people, you know, the first sort of wave of people that want to do it. But do we go ambitious? Do we go 200? Go for I think 200 would be kind of interesting. What do you guys think? 150, 200, 250? What do we push it for? What do we aim for, boys? I love getting, because last time it was Stream that, the reason I'm doing this is just in case I was thinking, why is he being so lazy? Like, the reason I do it is last time Stream chat chose 100. Instead of 25, they chose 100. So now it's up to Stream again to pick. Whatever comes up the most, I'll go for. Some people say 175, some are saying 200, some are saying 250. I can't produce enough drones for 250. 200. Increase one company at a time, 100 lads. We double it. We double it every time. Ash, that's a good idea. We double it every time. I love it. 42,000. Nice. 2.8 million. 100 more. 200. Don't know why. Nice. Oh man, massive thank you to Elta11 TriStar for another super chat. Incredible. How many Mordians does it take to screw in a light bulb? I'm gonna say 102. It takes one Mordian to screw the light bulb in. It takes one officer to give the order to screw the light bulb in. And it takes 100 Mordians to hold the line against the chaos filth. 100 Mordians for the company. That's what I do. Yeah, Ash finds one to do it, one to order. Yeah. Really, I'm gonna say two. One to order, one to do it. As many. Oh, of course. I can see it. Super chat's popped up early for me. I'll wait for the announcement to go off though. I love it, man. It's so good. I'm on the juice today, boys. So those of you that don't know, the Giga chats that we're doing will be Katachan training. Katachan training. Mass thank you, August Varney, for the super chat. 150. Don't go too high too fast. Progress smoothly. I know, but ambition. Ambition, you know. Massive thank you to L1011 for another fucking super chat. As many as have been ordered. Great answer. That's the real answer. That is the real answer. Fantastic. Massive thank you to both of you. Massive thank you to L10 for just super chatting like an absolute giga boss. And massive thank you to August for just being an absolute lad. And just being, you know, Sly Varney, the one-man super chatting army. Absolutely love it. So, yeah, people are saying like 150 is the same choice. You can always go up. I know. I tell you what. This is the last thing before we get straight into it. Let's put a poll. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. As simple as that, right? Next goal. And then chat decides. Simple as that. We got 150. Sensible. 200. Ambitious. What is the mood of chat? Are we going to be like an attritional Krieg player who just takes his time and just smashes it slowly but surely? Or are we going to go and be like a Katachan and just fucking go in there, close combat, smash them to pieces? How are we doing it? Ooh, it's interesting. 200's won. 200's winning so far, I should say. 200's winning so far. Ooh, it's pretty close. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty close. We'll give it another 15 seconds. 10-15 seconds. Ooh, it's so close, boys. It's nearly neck and neck. Let's give it just another 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, I'm ending the poll. Wherever it ends now. It didn't show me who won. Oh, 150 clinched it just at the end. Oh, there you go. L1011 tries to always seek decisive victory. 200. Okay, well. I kind of like, well, the poll, I really appreciate the super chat, L1011. What we're going to do is we're going to respect goals deserve attention. 150 deserve celebrating. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. It's important. I think we're going to respect chat. That was a kind of cool, like, neck and neck decision. Oh, and L10, thank you. Please respect the chat poll. This is sacred. Appreciate it, man. So we're gonna take this like a guard approach. We're gonna go for 150, and then 200, and then 250, and then 300. We're just gonna see where we go, right? We're gonna see where we go. So I'm gonna set the new goal. I'll go to see if I can do it now. Give me a second. We'll see if we can do it now. Pretty sure we can do it now. Let's set the goal. Yeah, but massive thank you to the both of you. Massive thank you to L1011. Massive thank you to August Varney. Appreciate all the super chats, dude. Appreciate all the input. It was great to have a fucking poll. Chat's popping off already. We've got 60 odd people in here. We're going to quickly update this, and then we're going to get straight into the tournament talk. Straight in. Nice little introduction, and then straight into the tournament stuff. Let us edit the goal. The goal. Every shell hole is a goal. Every foxhole is a goal. Right. It's cool that you can do this kind of stuff live. I figured out how to do it. It didn't work last time. But it's cool how I figured out how to do it live now. And this is where it doesn't work. Obviously. Okay, save. There you go, 150, boys. I just need to put it in the other overlay as well. Otherwise, it won't appear in when we're doing the in-game one, if we do any in-game stuff. And then we're good. Look at that, absolutely incredible. I mean, I'm giggling. I am just giggling with excitement with like how awesome like getting that channel goal is. It's amazing. Oh, we need to set the end date as well, don't I? End of July. Save. And then back to the other one. And just set the new day as well. The new final day. Yeah, there we go, boys. There we go. Respecting the channel chat. Awesome. There we go. Right, boom. Oh. Save. And then close, and then close, and then close. Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your patience, man. Absolutely love it. Slow and purposeful. Absolutely right, John. Right. You're all very, very lovely people. Very, very patient people. But you know what time it is. It is time to talk about the tournament. Now, those of you that have joined a few of these chats, and those of you, Tom, at Morning Glory, what workout does $10 get you? Oh, what workout does $10 get you? I don't really have one for that. I mean, it's the $5 that does really the workout. I guess $10. My concern is I have thought about doing like $1 per like curl or stuff like that. My concern is that if I do every announcement as like a Giga Chad kind of thing, then I'm literally going to be here quite often, even for like subscribers and stuff. So I've just kept it at the $5 gets you as many as I can basically do, sort of 10, 20 of them is what it works out. That's kind of how I do it. I like to keep it set, so otherwise it's just going to become just too much of a thing. Do you know what I mean? Lizzie, $10 should have a special thing. Yeah, absolutely. I think it should do as well. I think it should do. There's a lot of extra like bits I want to add into the stream, so don't worry. Like it's definitely but just so you can sort of see them in the workings. Maybe I'm worrying about it too much, but you guys know I'm always open and honest with you. Now, Lizzie, seek decisive victory. Sounds very Monk Cat. Is there a towel in the chat? Yeah, we got a towel scumbag Tom in the chat. Awesome, man. Oh man, incredible. Yes. So, Lyman Brax, how does it feel to serve your foe the turd sandwich in a beautiful French baguette this time? Oh, it feels good. Now I am shoving that baguette down the fucking throat of my enemies. It's absolutely amazing. I love it, man. It's just awesome. It's so much fun just being like, ha! Now you guys know how it feels to be on the receiving end of the shit baguette. Absolutely. I think it's natural that as the audience grows, it'll be hard to do all the interactivity you have now and as awesome it is. Well, we're just gonna keep it going as long as we can. The plan is to always just keep it as interactive as possible, because that's the whole point. If we lose the interactivity, then what if I can't scuba? What have we all been working for? Mordian Glory, joke's on you. I am now the commissar. Look at me. I'm the commissar now. Ash, I left you a comment just before the stream. Did you get a peek? No, sadly I didn't. But don't worry, I will check it out. I can check it out, in like the interlude or something. But feel free to type it down here, and I'll keep an eye out for it. So, right, I am going to abuse the chat temporarily, and I'm just going to riff for a moment. I'm just going to riff. I'll answer some questions as I can, but I am going to riff for a bit so you guys can get the information. Just before we do, I'm just going to say, at Mordian Glory, I'd like to make a Star Trooper style ad with you for channel membership. Would let you play the Would You Like to Know More without having to personally repeat it every time. No, awesome, man, awesome. I actually don't mind saying it. I quite like saying, would you like to know more? But yeah, don't mind it whatsoever. Alexander, what is meant by riff? It just means I'm just gonna chat. I'm gonna not read the chat. I'm not gonna read the scrolling chat for a bit. I'm just gonna speak, just for like five or so minutes, and I'll only answer things as and when they pop up. So, yesterday I went to a one-day tournament at Just Play, and I actually met a channel fan there, which is absolutely awesome. I love meeting channel people in real life. So that was awesome. And it was a one-day event. It was 3 rounds. It was using the new Nephilim book. It was using the new data slate. It was using the new points. It was using the new everything. Okay, 3 rounds, 1 day, new everything. Now, those of you that have followed my tournament reports before will know that that Just Play is a Shark Tank. Okay, multiple tournament winners, multiple of the best players in the country regularly attend the Just Play Nautica events. They're a really, really good event, and the quality of play is really high. They actually have now started running 2 kinds of event there, because I think some of the locals were getting a bit pissed off with how competitive some of the events were. So they run like a more casual one, and they run the cutthroat one. Obviously, I went through to the cutthroat one. I went to the cutthroat one. So My list was 10. My list was a meme list. It was chosen by chat. It was confirmed by chat. Okay? And the meme list was 10 Lehman Russes and 1 engine seer. And the engine seer was just there because I had a few points left over. Okay? Now, my Lehman Russes had various weapons, but basically I had 5 with battle cannons, 3 with demolish cannons, and 2 with executioner plasma cannons. Okay? Now, I went into this tournament fully expecting to go 0-3. That's what I expected. I expected to win no games. Bear in mind, guys, I hadn't tried any of the new stuff out. I didn't yet know what power had been gifted to me. And oh boy, was it powerful. So, first game, I go up against all Baby Knights, Chaos Knights. Okay, first game. I can't remember what the mission was off the top of my head. It was Blood. I think it was Blood and Zeal. It was table quarter deployment, 5 objectives, and you could only get CP if your warlord was alive and like you held your own objective, and you got a victory point for holding one in the middle. Okay, so whilst I don't know the exact name of the mission, corner deployment, circle in the middle where you can't deploy, and 5 objectives, and hold one of the no man's land ones to get an extra victory point. Okay. Now, my opponent had 13 Baby Knights. Now, bear in mind that I believe that this is the best way of running your knights, okay? So, I don't know as much about the new Chaos Knight book. It's possible it's the first time we faced them, but from what I've seen, people seem to be spamming a lot of War Dogs. And this guy was spamming a lot of War Dogs. I was actually outnumbered. He had 13 War Dogs and I had 10 Lehman Russes. Okay, Lehman Ra. So, he had about 5 of them with chainswords and melter cannons, okay? And then he had 2 of them with double autocannon. And then the rest of them, which would be about 6, had chain guns and melter guns. Okay, so Gatling guns and melter guns, okay? Now, I deployed quite far back because I appreciated that he would be able to get to me turn 1 and I didn't want him to do that. So I deployed just outside of his maximum charge range and he deployed all on the line. In hindsight, that might have been a bit ballsy for him, but he deployed all on the line. I got Baby Knights. They were all Alexander. They were all OBSEC Knights. They were the War Dogs. Okay, so even though I had OBSEC, my OBSEC meant my Lemus only counted for 1 model because we've got an old codex, whereas his Baby Knights count as 5 models. So I wasn't winning the primary game there. Now he took Bring It Down and then took 2 from the Chaos book, and I took Engage because I figured I could shoot off a tank where it needed to go. I took Engage. And Grind, and I can't remember what my third one was. Probably Banners or something like that, okay? Because I was just hoping that I didn't want to be like all over the place. I wanted to kind of keep a nice tight core. Wasn't sure about didn't take any of the new guard ones in that game. I contemplated taking the by Lasgun and Bayonet one because I thought it would actually be quite good to like blow him off objectives, and in hindsight I would have scored a shitload of points from that, but I didn't take it. Now, I got turn 1 and didn't do a huge amount of damage. But what happened is I killed 2 knights, but one of those knights exploded. And it was one right in the middle of his army. And he rolled quite high on all the mortal wounds. So he didn't roll 1 for any, on the D3, he didn't roll any 1s or 2s for the mortal wounds. He rolled to do either 2 mortal wounds or 3 mortal wounds every time. So even though I only killed 2 knights, I spread out the damage loads. He then was like, right, you've only killed 2 knights, I've got to go all in. And he comes flying in, and melters and Gatlings and everything. And let me tell you, even after turn 1, I knew I was in for a good game. Okay? I thought he was going to smash me. And after turn 1, I was like, okay, I've not been smashed here. This actually sounds very interesting. Because what happened was he killed 2 tanks. Now, annoyingly, one of the tanks he killed was the tank commander, which is my warlord, which meant that I couldn't get any CP back. So I couldn't even spam Vengeance for Cadia. So bear in mind, guys, bear in mind the end result of this game was with no Vengeance for Cadia, which is almost like an auto win, okay, against this army. I basically got to use Vengeance for Cadia twice, and that was it, right? He only killed 2 tanks with all of his melter, all of his check. I mean, bear in mind, he's rocking like, out of 13 knights, 11 of them have got melter guns. Double shot melter guns. He had House Vicatrix, whatever it was, which meant that he got a free reroll to hit and free reroll to wound. So he basically was like hitting and wounding like nearly like very consistently. Every knight on average was getting a hit and a wound through. And let me tell you, boys, I kept rolling fucking 5s. I kept rolling fucking 5s, boys. And you know why rolling 5s and armor saves is so good? Because it means I make the save thanks to Armor of Contempt. Yes, AP4 goes down to AP3, which means that I get a 5-up save and my 2-up save runs. And my God, my opponent literally, he was a super nice guy, by the way. All of my games are super, super nice. But my opponent was jokingly like, what the fuck is going on? And like, he was like, your tanks feel more durable than my knights. So that was it, boys. He'd crossed over the halfway point. He was through the dense terrain. That was on his in his deployment zone. It's time to go to work. It was time to go to work, boys. In my turn 2 shooting phase, I killed 7 knights. 7 fucking knights, boys, in 1 turn, and I only got to use Vengeance for Cadia turn 1 and turn 2. Fuck me, boys. My demolishers were in range. There was nothing stopping me from hitting. Just good. And do you know what? First shot. Do you know how it happened, boys? I'm not gonna lie. The dice gods all. Let me just tell you, man. The dice gods were smiling on me. Not just this game. Every fucking tournament. Every fucking game. Not just game 1. Game 1, 2, 3. The dice gods were fucking smiling on me. The dice gods were like, yes, my son. You have brought the meme list. And thus, we will reward you. Okay? Hammer of the Emperor was popping off. Non-fucking stop. Made my turns super quick. I barely had to fucking roll any wound dice, boys. Oh my God. So good. So let me tell you, right? Let me tell you. The first shot of turn 2. The first shot of turn 2. My tank commander with a battle cannon. You know the guy with the red beret? Red beret guy that I usually use for Pask, right? He's got a Vanquisher cannon, but modeled, but I only use it as a battle cannon, right? He literally... This is a battle cannon, boys. So remember, everyone says battle cannons are dog shit, but let me tell you, I loved the battle cannon in this tournament. 5 was maybe slightly too many, but I loved my battle cannons because I outranged every single opponent. And it meant that I was able to do crossing levels of fire, literally overlapping fields of fire. I was setting up fucking killing zones, boys. And like my tanks, every single one apart from the monster could basically fire across. Didn't matter where my opponents were. I could get angles on them. And the terrain was okay. It was a little lighter than some of the heaviest boards I've been on, but it wasn't the lightest boards I've been on. It was solid middle tier fucking terrain, all right, boys? And tank commander, red beret, right? We've got to come up with a name for it. Put down, after you hear the story, guys, put down in the chat what you think this guy should be called. Okay, put down, because he is truly a fucking god slayer, right? First shot, he turns his battle cannon, gets a side, there's a pack of 3 fucking warhounds, war dogs, coming down, coming down the flank, just poked round. He fires his battle cannon off. I don't even do hail of fire. I don't have any CP to do it, boys. Don't have any CP. He fires, and he blows up a 3-wound knight with ease. Okay, I split his fire. I put his main battle cannon into one knight, and then his spare firepower into another knight. Okay, the first knight that he hits blows up, gets a 6, blows up. With that chain reaction, it blows up another knight that was only on 1 wound. Was it the first shot of the game then? Maybe it was the second shot of the game. I think I'd weakened some stuff first. Yeah, it must have been. Because he blew up, and when he did, he took a 1 wound knight with him. Okay, that 1 wound knight with him also blew up. Again, my opponent keeps rolling fucking 6s for his and 5s and 6s, 3s, 4, 5, 6s for his mortal wounds. So he blows up 2 knights, and then with his plasma, and then he fires his las cannon at another knight, gets a hammer of the emperor. Opponent fails his save, gets a 6 on the damage, kills a 3rd knight. Literally, 1 tank commander killed 3 knights on his own. Absolute fucking awesome. The fact that he just literally fired that battle cannon. You've got to understand, it's not a rapid fire battle cannon, is it, boys? So you've got to think, it's literally a case of 1 shot, 2 kills. It's like God, I decided, zeroing in. Load the auger shells. Fired off. Just fucking 1 knight blows up. 2nd knight, blows up. Absolutely awesome, man. Absolutely awesome. And then the las cannon just fucking takes out the 3rd one. Didn't even get to fire the plasma cannons. It was amazing. Oh man, I like that. Simulation 111, Mordred. Mordred's kind of good. Major Pain, I like it. Good night, Anderson. Love it. Dead Knight, Sleep Tight. Love it. Absolute General, Major General, I don't know how you say that. Urquhart? I'm not saying that right. Mad Monty, the Mordian Mad Lad, yeah. Baron von Uberman seems a bit harsh. Oh, man. Major General Browning after Sean Connery in A Bridge Too Far, Red Beret and all. Yeah, man. It was so good. And then the rest of the boys opened up, and they killed 4 more knights. And after turn 2, my opponent had started with 13 knights, and he ended with 4. And my opponent literally, yeah, man, love it. Yeah, man. Other Tim, Colonel triple kill. I did say to my opponent after, I was like, triple kill. It was so good. So that was insane. And the thing is, like, my opponent after was like, oh my god, like, I've lost. I can't believe I've lost. But to be fair to him, he was smashing it on his secondaries. And I was getting familiar with my list, so I didn't do quite as well on my secondaries. But he continued to be able... He kept doing this one that, like... 2 of the night ones he was doing were consistently getting him, like 2 or 3 points a time. So it was tricky. But by the end of the game... he had scored 63 victory points, and I had scored 64. In style, boys. In style. Chaos Knights, they ain't so tough. Fucking love it, boys. Absolutely. It was so... And that's when I had the feeling, man. And when I had that first turn, my opponent literally fired... must have been like 20 melter shots at me, and they were just bouncing. And like, he fired 2 autocannon. This is the other thing I want to say. He fired 2 of his autocannon knights at me. They got like really hot on the shots, like 20 shots between them. He wounded. Like, one of my Liam Russes had to make like 6 or 7 armor saves, and I rolled them all, and I got a 3 on every... I couldn't make it up, boys. I got a 3, not a 3 up, a 3 on every single one. If I hadn't had Armor of Contempt, they all would have failed, because the Knight autocannons are AP2. Because I had Armor of Contempt, every single one passed. My opponent said to me, it's like the universe is fucking with me. So that's what he said about himself. Like, it's fucking with me, because you keep making 5-up saves against my melter, and you keep making 3-up saves against my chain guns and my autocannons. It's really fucking weird. And it was, man. It was totally like... I didn't roll many 4s or 6s when it came to saves. I just kept rolling what I needed to roll. No more, no less. Mordian precision. It was so good, man. It was so good. So that was game 1. And I was like... Bear in mind, boys, I made a pledge to myself that if I managed to not get whitewashed, I would buy like myself a little treat. And so I was like, straight away, I was like, well, fucking hell, I've got to buy myself They didn't have any bot action at Just Play, unfortunately. I wanted to pick myself up in Matilda. But it's a couple of tournament traditions I have. If I do well, I buy myself a little model. And if I And no matter what happens, I always go and get chicken afterwards. Okay, it's called victory chicken if I do well, or it's called celebration chicken if I do well, or victory chicken, or it's called commiseration chicken if I do very badly. Tends to be like KFC or some other kind of fried chicken. It's just a little tournament tradition that I have, and you know, fortunately, thankfully, it tends to be victory chicken more than commiseration chicken. Though there have been a few bad commiseration chickens I've had to eat. But anyway, that's a tangent. Just a little, you've got to have those rituals, those traditions, boys, because I can't explain it, but they bring good luck. They bring good luck. So, August, name it Anakin because he's personally leading Operation Nightfall. I like it. I like it, man. I like it. Very cool. Very cool. Ash, MG going to get a Marauder Destroyer. Lyman, you earned that Marauder Destroyer, man. Fuck yeah. I mean, I don't know if I can quite get it yet, but one day I'll get a Marauder Destroyer, boys. One day. I just had definitely going to be running, definitely going to be getting that Baneblade finished up or something. Do you know what I mean? But Tom, KFC, the world's chicken, had it in Singapore. Yeah, they're everywhere, man. KFC's everywhere. It's great, isn't it? So that was game number 1. And I was like, I genuinely do not care what happens in my remaining games. I do not care. All right? I've won a game with a tank list into a meta list. Like, that's it. Like, already I was flying high. Get drawn into the next game, and it is literally the worst possible matchup, traditionally, for my army. Harlequins. Now, Harlequins, why are Harlequins one of the worst armies for me to play into? Okay? They're very fast, so they can tie me up, and every single squad of those motherfuckers has got fusion pistols. So think of how much anti-tank I've faced, boys. I've faced a guy with 20 night melter shots a turn. I'm just going to a list of the guys who's got 20 fusion pistols. Like, I'm literally facing melter army after melter army, and now this one could tie me up. Now, my opponent deploys I deploy far back because I expect my opponent to be to try and deploy on the line and come to me. My opponent sees me deploying far back and then hides everything away, so I know I'm not getting turn 1 charged. My opponent gets turn 1, which he didn't want. My opponent didn't want turn 1. He gets turn 1 and he's forced to come out. Now, he hides a lot of his boats really, 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 really well, okay? But he can't hide all of them, okay? He's got like 8 boats or 9 boats, something crazy, 8 boats. So, the tanks roll, and I'm like, okay, he set himself up for kind of a turn 2 charge here, but not guaranteed. So what I do is I roll forward with the Flamer Russes, right? I roll forward with the Flamer Russes. I'm like, if he wants to tag these, hell, if he wants to wrap and trap these, I don't care. I've got 2 Demarcher cannons with triple heavy flamer on them. He can do what he wants to these. I don't care. So, my shooting phase then starts off. And bear in mind, all of his Harlequin boats are -1 to hit. All of his Harlequin boats, I cannot get any form of rerolls against them. I'm hitting on 5s with 8 out of 10 Russes. It's not good. Oh, by the way, he did some shooting to me, and every single shot bounced, didn't do any damage to me. I think he did like 1 or 2 wounds, and they just auto-repaired. It was just beautiful. By the way, guys, the auto-repair was fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. Every single game, the auto-repair must have saved me 20 wounds, at least. Every single time, just pop, 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 pop. Every single game, I'd won, I'll get into it. In my last game, like, my opponent, well, I'll save it for you. I'll save it what happens in the last game, right? So, I open fire and managed to kill 3 boats. And my opponent is like, no one has killed 3 boats in this list in a very long time. And I was thinking, who the fuck are you facing? He was like, people just don't hit me. And when they do hit me, they're still going to like try and wound me. And I'm like, well, thank God for Hammer of the Emperor. Because every time, basically, half of my hits auto fucking wound. Because I only hit on 5s and 6s, so half of them fucking auto wound. So kill 3 boats and kill about 10, 15 Harlequins. Not bad going. his turn 2 comes along, and he... And so, by the way, it was another 5 objective game, and it was another table quarter 1, okay? But this time, I can't remember the name of the mission again, but this time, you got points for killing enemies off objectives, which was good. And this time, I took by lasgun and bayonet as well, okay? Now, basically, because I wanted to try that one out, because last time it would have been so good for me, I tried it out this time. Now, he comes flying in, and he does successfully tie up, I'd say he ties up about 4 Leman Russes. He ties up both flamer ones. He ties up one of the flamer ones with a boat, because he thinks there's no way that he doesn't. I don't think he saw how many heavy flamers it had in it, but he's like, "You're unlikely to flame your way out." I was like, "Yeah, I am unlikely to flame my way out." Or am I? You guys will watch in a second, boys. And then the rest he tied it with like infantry. So basically, his fusion fucking bounces. I think he kills a Leman Russ. That's it. Like 1 Leman Russ, it's like nothing. Like his fusion, because the Knight fusion that in the last game wounded on 3s. This is a regular fusion pistol, boys. He's wounding on 4s. So he's only got 2 fusion in each squad. And they only hit on 3s. And then he only wounds on 4s. And then I get a 5-up save. So the few fusion that he manages to wound with, I just fucking save it. Again, just troll facing him on fucking 5s. Just kept rolling fucking 5s, boys. It was amazing. Anyway, he manages to kill a Russ, damages some other ones. The ones that he damages essentially just... Oh, massive thank you to Brad for subbing to the channel, man. Massive thank you. Man, we're closing in on 15k subs, boys. We're closing in. It's pretty fucking good. Now, his fusion just bounces, basically. He wraps me up. He's smashing me on primary. I can't get out of my deployment zone. That's the one problem. But the best bit is the Flamer Russ that he's got the Flamer Russ that's surrounded by infantry just burns them all to death, basically, which is great. And then the other Flamer Russ, which he had tied up with a boat, I go 2 CP, hail of fire. And he's like, what does that do? And I'm like, when a Leman Russ targets an enemy vehicle, instead of rolling to determine the random number of shots, you just do max shots. He was like, isn't that just for turret weapons only? And I was like, nope. Not as far. I mean, I could be wrong there, boys. I could have cheated the guy. But I went, nope. It's for anything. It just says random number of shots. You don't fire random shots, you fire max. Now, I'm sure I'm right, because it's when you fire your plasma cannons, you don't re-roll the random number of shots for them, do you? It's just max shots on random shot weapons, isn't it? So no one expects to use it on heavy flamers, but I was a Leman Russ with a random shot weapon targeting a boat, which is a vehicle. Doesn't matter if it's -1 to hit. Doesn't matter if I don't get 3 or hits against it. I fucking auto hit. 18 heavy flamer shots later, boys. And this fucking boat, it's not even like a burnt out wreck. It's just fucking crispy. And the best bit is, I should have only wounded with like 9, and the dice goes like, damn, mate, you can wound with 15 of them. I only failed 3. It was fucking gross. So I burned out the boat, and then the Marja cannon just turns around and fucking levels another one. Because, and I don't know if I'm right here, man. I rolled the random shots for the Demartia cannon because I wasn't sure. But I feel like I could have had max shots on the other boat as well, couldn't I? Because it's a vehicle, right? So I rolled for it and got 9 anyway. I got 3 hits, 2 of which were hammered with the Emperors. He failed one. Failed one of his vulnerable saves. And then I just got a 6 on the damages. Blew another boat out of the sky. Just went, boop. So not only did he not tie me up, but the Martial Cannon killed 2 fucking boats. It was incredible, boys. It was just fucking incredible. Now, basically, guys, what happened is that similar kind of scenario played out for the rest of the game. But my opponent did manage to tie me into my deployment zone for pretty much the whole game. So, final score, my opponent did get 90 points because he only killed like 4 Leman Russes, 3 or 4 Leman Russes, didn't kill very much. but he kept tying me up with characters, and he could tie up multiple Russes because I was quite boxed in, and when I fell back, I was quite boxed in. But I did manage to get 60 points, so pretty respectable. By the end of the game, though, my opponent had 2 Harlequins left. That's not 2 characters. That's 2 individual Harlequins. Amazing. Amazing. So I did manage to get like a decent amount of points, don't get me wrong. But he won on points. But I had 6, I think it was 6 Leman Russes left. And my opponent had 2 Harlequins left. I hadn't even taken 50% casualties. I hadn't even taken 50% casualties. And I got like 10 points on that by bolt and bayonet thing because it just says an action at a time unit. So I was just like, every time he was like taking an objective, I was just like flaming him off it and this kind of stuff. So it was pretty good. I did all right on points. I didn't do very well on primary. I only got like 20 primary points, but I got quite good on my secondaries. Got like 40 points, 30 points on my secondaries, and then like 10 on painting. So it wasn't too bad at all. So bear in mind, Harlequins are still like a bogeyman army. Harlequins are a meta army. My opponent went on to play in the final of the tournament. Harlequins are still mega strong. In his previous game, in his game 1 at this event, my opponent had wiped out 90% of his opponent's army by the end of turn 1. By the end of turn 5 against me, I had basically 6 full strength Leman Russes just rolling around because they just kept repairing themselves. I just couldn't get the points. So, and I said to my opponent afterwards, and we're going to get into this in a little bit, boys. But I said to my opponent afterwards, what would you think if I put just a whole flamer on every tank? Not like triple flamer, just a whole flamer on every tank. And he was like, if you had a whole flamer on every tank, even if you kept the heavy bolters and the plasma cannons and the ones you had, you would have beaten me so easily. Because it wouldn't have mattered which tanks you charged, which ones he wrapped up or anything like that. It wouldn't have mattered. I would have just flamed him. Flame, 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 flame. So that is a lesson to take from that game, boys. If you are taking the all-tank list and you're taking it competitively, for the front hull gun on every single tank, just make it a flame. Doesn't really, don't care about the top guns or the sponsors. Take whatever you want there. But on that front hull gun, take a fucking flamer. Because it basically means anytime someone, like Harlequins, any shooting match you get into, you're still going to win. But anytime someone tries to tie you up with a bit of chaff, you've got and especially if they tie more than one tank up, the more tanks they tie up with one unit, the more damage they take and the more likely you are of getting yourself out of that situation. So it was really, really, really good. So it was a really, 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 really fun, really, really fun game. And I can't believe how much I smashed that Harlequin player, man. I cannot believe it. It was so fucking good.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
07 in the chat for Sly Varney, the one-man super chatting army. Massive thank you, man. Well, of course a whole flamer. You can't take half. Oh, ha, 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 ha. But of course. Well, it could be a semi-skimmed flamer. It might not be full fat flamer, whole milk flamer. I don't know, that might not translate. We call it whole milk in the UK for milk that's not been like watered down, whole milk. So it could be. Awesome, man. So that was game 2. So game 1, I'd beaten my opponent and smashed him to the point where he had 1 knight left, which was just hiding at the back, and I'd won just beaten him by a point, which was perfect. Game 2, I had lost on points but smashed my opponent. Oh man, here we go, boys. Here we go. Massive thank you to L1011 TriStar for the $5 Giga Chad chat. Eat meat, drink milk. Fucking, you love your milk, don't you crazy son of a bitch? Right, boys, you know what time it is. I've got the song ready. I'm just going to make sure it's a little slightly quiet so it's deafening. Right, boys, remember, shout out your regiment. Massive thank you, L11 for the super chat. Let's get a Giga Chad moment. Shout out your regiment and I'll do a curl for it. Here we go, boys. I'm going to say 1 for that tank case in game 1. The Destroyer. The Maccabians. The Tucky Troopers, I don't know what that is. From the Rock Fort, 444. The First Alarian. The Armageddon. The Elysian Drop Troops. Catachan. Creed 96. Deathcore. Victorians. Necrolondon 16. Necrolondon Spiders. Arcadian. Naked Arcadian. Valhallan 312. Catachan. 325th. Steel Legion. Valhallan, we're going to do two more. For the Ardine or Ardini. For the Valhallan 889th Heavy. Last one. For the Death Corps of Creed. In case I was wondering, I found a bolt action Tommy gun on the floor. In case I was wondering what I picked up. Massive thank you to L1011 for the Giga Chad chat. Massive thank you. Awesome. Really appreciate it. And thank you to everyone for shouting out your regiment. Don't worry if you didn't get your regiment shouted out today in that super chat. I'm sure we'll get some more Giga Chad super chats and we can get some more curls and some more regiment shout outs. It's just first come, first serve. Oh yeah, by the way, in case I was wondering, from last week, my manky finger, which I showed off on stream, which was all bitten and infected, it's doing much better now. I went to the Medicaid and got some antibiotics, and I had to travel. We had a little bit of discussion last time about like the NHS being a bit dog shit, but I went over to the town. It was only like, I should say I went over. My very lovely missus, who is in the chat, Amy J, moderator, so you got to be nice to her. And I've got to be nice to her too. That's why she'll mute me probably. Just pulls the plug out the router. Actually drove me over and waited with me because it took like an hour to get seen to and get the antibiotics. But it was pretty quick. So turns out it's just the hospital service in my town is dog shit, but actually just half an hour away it's much better. Here we go, boys. L1011 TriStar coming in for a second set. Absolutely mad fucking lad. Here we go. Time for the second set, nerd. 07 in the chat now. Boys, remember, shout your regiment out. Shout that regiment out. You know what you got to do. L1011, Swordfish Trombone. Let's fucking do it, boys. Let's fucking do it. Hedrexian, 27th Armoured. 44th Rockfoot. The Macarians. Talar. 13th Cadian. 5th Bastion. Catachan. Oh my god, we've got another one coming in. We're going to have some musical overlap there, aren't we? Victorious 64th Mechanized. Ardine Walk Sport. 1st Gateway Jacksons. Destroyer. 226 Nissan Rangers. Green Army Men. 1064 Arctic Wolves. Don't worry, I won't forget that's the one signed up as a thing, as a town member. The A-Team. The Trillion Nobles. And last one. 7th Wretched Plane Company. That doesn't sound like a war, like a dog army. We're going to have to do one more. Elysian Rock Troops. There we go, boys. Oh my god. And I've seen another one popping off as well. I've seen another one popping off. You boys are going to fucking kill me. You boys are going to fucking kill me. So firstly, massive thank you to L1011 TriStar for the back-to-back fucking Giga Chad chat. Absolutely legendary, man. Really fucking appreciate all the support. And thank you for keeping me fit and healthy after chugging all this sugary... I've not got it today. After chugging all the sugary iron brew last week, I need every set I can to work up, burn off the fat and become a true Catachan. I really fucking hope, boys, if this becomes a full-time gig and I get on like every stream, I'm just doing like sets of fucking weights and like press-ups and fucking jumping jacks and all kind of crazy shit. I fucking hope to be fucking jacked by the end of it, man. I fucking hope to be fucking jacked by the end of it. And then I'm going to get a fucking Catachan army. And, you know, by the time I get jacked, like Gaze Watch might release new Catachans. If they haven't, I'm going to get an old school Catachan army. And I'm going to just go to like tournaments like fucking swole as fuck. Where like one of those like really like wear one of those like gym vests and just be like move my Catachans around like this, and when my opponent like beats me, I'm just go like fuck you. But also I want to say massive thank you to Dwarf Hammer for becoming a channel member. 101 channel members, boys. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Dwarf Hammer, for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part. To everyone else, would you like to know more? Click the join button down below. It's next to the red subscribe button, and do your part for Emperor and Imperium today. Join the Mordian 50 Rifles. Join the Guard. Thank you, Dwarf Hammer. Absolutely fantastic. And then, of course, I cannot forget Destroyer and Standard Bearer, and round 3 for Destroyer. Okay, boys. Well, you know, my arms have not yet recovered. At Morning Glory, take a break first. Doesn't help you to burn out. Mod, can you pin that, please? I can. I can do it, boys. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I'm gonna go for it. Unless you really want me to wait, I'm gonna go for it for Destroyer and Standard Bearer. I'm gonna go for it. It's not too bad. It's not gonna be too bad. If my arms get knackered, I'll do some fucking jumping jacks or squats or something. There you go. So it'll be fine. So massive thank you to Destroyer and Standard Bearer. Round 3 Destroyer. Right, round 3, and then let's get into game 3. How does that sound, boys? How's that sound? Round 3, then game 3. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Remember, call out that regiment. Call out your regiment. Let's fucking do it. Task Force 141, 13th Legion Helldivers, Armageddon Orc Hunters, Mordian, 1852 Cadian Dawn Race. That's got 1852 Cadian Dawn Race. There you go. Mordians again. Talan, Victory Dragoons, the Ardini, the Legion, the Destroyer, Talent first and only, the Rohirrim. Yeah, that's a good one. Pull through death weasels. Guardians. 69th skilled. I don't know what that is. Skilled combat. That sounds like force. Alright, last two, okay. This is for linemen, this is for gang, alright. 76 Gothic Commandos. And then the 105th Cadian Mechanized Infantry. There we go. Boys, I'm gonna get fucking jacked, boys. I'm going to be like goddamn Arnold Schwarzenegger. I love the pump. I love the pump. For me, the pump is like coming all the time. I'm the happiest man in the world. If those of you haven't seen Pumping Iron, you've got to go and watch it. Otherwise, that come across fucking darling. So, massive thank you for showing Standard Bear, for doing your part, and for keeping me fit and healthy. Massive thank you to Jen Quartz for the super chat. Time for a 4th and a drink of water. Oh, we're doing it again. We're doing it again. All right, fucking fine. I'm going to fucking die because I can see someone else, James, has also done one. So I'm going to fucking die. So what I would say is Jen Quarters, to give me a slight bit of hope. I know I'm shouting. I'm shouting because I'm all fucking jacked. You can hear it in my voice. Jen Quarters, would you like me to do an arm exercise or would you like me to do a leg exercise? It's your choice, and whatever you pick, I'll do it even if my arms are dying off. So it's your choice. I don't know many exercises, so someone stop with count saying do shoulder press. I'll have to look at. I'll do a different lift. I'm terrible. I don't go to the gym or anything, so I don't know much about it. So, but if you can suggest an easy one that I can do in here, I'll do it. Bear in mind, I've got like 2 foot by 2 foot sort of square to do it in. I'll tell you what, Mrs. is in the chat, and she's like, get pumped. And you can tell she's like, yeah, keep making my fella do fucking weights. He's a fat piece of shit. Keep making him do weights and get fit and healthy. It's like, yeah, stop encouraging them, honey. I'm dying. We don't need to think hard to figure out what exercise the skin pulled back as Regiment would request. I'm not doing that. Not until the Morning Glory only fans, of course. Oh man. Got 2. I'm still waiting for So if Jen Quartz tell me what he wants me to do, I don't think I've missed it. He might be AFK. If he doesn't come back in a second, I'll do something. But don't want to delay it too long because I also want to say massive thank you to Ryan Hancock for joining the channel and becoming a channel member. Massive thank you. 07 in the chat for Ryan. Huge thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for joining the Mordian 50 Rifles and for doing your part. To everyone else, would you like to know more? Click the join button down below. Join the Imperial Guard and do your part for Emperor and Imperium today. Join the Mordian 50 Rifles. I want you for the Guard. Massive thank you, Ryan. Really appreciate the support, man. For those of you that aren't sure, who are new and don't know what the benefits of becoming a channel member is. Firstly, you get your text highlighted in green in chat, and so I can see it easier. So you get priority reply to comments. You also get priority reply to comments in videos as well. YouTube takes channel member comments, they put them to one side, so I can answer them with priority, which is great. You also get access to a badge next to your name, so you'll see some people have got a bayonet next to the name, some people have got 2 bayonets next to the name. The longer you are a channel member, the more bayonets you get, and like las guns and all kinds of stuff. The longer you are, the better badge you get. You also get access to shitloads of really cool emojis. Now I actually can add, I've got about 15 or so emojis at the moment. I can add more now that we've broken a few channel goals. So, but you do get access to these emojis. Now these emojis can be used in video and they can be used in stream as well. So awesome. So feel free to go nuts with the emojis. So yeah, thank you, Ryan. Also want to say mass thank you to August Varney. You said squats, helicopter noises appear outside. Was that the Inquisition coming in to kick my door down for having squats early or something? Okay, you said squats, helicopter noises appear outside. Oh man, massive thank you, August. Really appreciate it. August Sly Varney, the one man super chatting army. Absolutely love it, man. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So, Jen Quarters, you've come in with another one. What do you say? Friends, don't let friends skip leg day. Oh, man, I've got another Giga Chat coming off. I've got like 2 in the bank, man. I got 2 in the bank. All right. I've got James. I got to say thank you to James. I've got to say thank you to Tom. I've got to say thank you to Jen. I've got so many fucking coming in, boys. So many fucking coming in. Amazing. All right. All right, Jen Quarters, massive thank you for the Giga Chad chat. Massive thank you for the $2 super chat. Friends, don't let friends skip leg day. So we're gonna do 20 jumping jacks. 20 jumping jacks a leg day. That or squat. We'll do 10. We'll do 10 squats. 10 squats. That's what we'll do. There you go, boys. Let's go. 10 squats for Jen Quarters. And James, please tell me what you want me to do as well. Please tell me what you want me to do for your chat. Either arm exercise or leg exercise. You tell me. Okay, here we go. I don't know how if I'm any good at squat, but we'll give it a go. Shit. Fuck yeah. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Okay, I'm going to do 5 more. I'm going to do 5 more because that was harder, but that's going to be easier than the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Massive thank you, Jen Quarters. Massive thank you, Jen Quarters, for that. Absolutely awesome. Oh my God, Tom, before you go, I've got to say thank you to you. So massive thank you, Tom. Get a drink, sir. You need it. I'll have a big old chuggaroo. I'll have a big old chuggaroo on you, Tom, and I'll replay your super chat before you go. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you keeping me hydrated. Thank you, Tom, for keeping me hydrated. Really appreciate the super chat as well, man. And hopefully you'll be able to join back in. But go and enjoy your food and have fun with your friends. Oh man. So, James, you are my last.
Second squad ready for war.
Oh man. Sorry about that, boys. Massive thank you, Caligula, for becoming a channel member. Massive thank you, man. Thank you for joining the channel and doing your part. Thank you. To everyone else, would you like to know more? Click the join button down below and do your part for Emperor and Imperium today. Join the Mordian 50th Rifles. Closing in, boys. Already got three new members. Smashing it. Absolutely smashing it. At Morning Glory, big a donation to use a shake weight like the skin pull backers would. I love it, man. I think tomorrow is going to be Spartan Day or Dreadnought Day. Can always put that in a vote, MG. Yeah, or what, for you to sort of paint and then for me to show off on the next live stream. Yeah, that's a good idea, man. That's a good idea. We'll do that in like the remind me in the interlude, and I'll make sure we do it. Awesome. So, James Espinoza, if you'd like to let me know what exercise you want me to do, if you don't get back to me in the next minute, I'm just going to... Oh, can you lift one barbell behind your head with both hands? That's what you asked me to do. Okay. I don't know. Can I? Let's have a look. One barbell behind my head with both hands. I'll have a look. If I die, blame James. Was it like this? 1 minute. So no, I'm not cheating. So like that. Is that what you mean? Everyone tell me if I'm going to cripple myself with my poor form. Obviously don't rest on the back of my neck like a dickhead. I'm guessing, right, that's what you want me to do. Okay. Right. I'll do 20 of those, James. I'll do 20 of those. Here we go. Now, feel free to call out your regiment and everything, and I'll try and do a few for the, a few shout outs and everything. Here we go. That's the wrong button. That didn't do anything. That's the new racer. Great guard of Such. General 117. Good destroyer, right now. For the Simpsons. The flaming triceps of Patchan. Oh wow, yeah, good at an album. Boys, I was looking along. It's so funny. People are like, oh man, how does it stay so fit? It's like live streaming. I got this fit by sitting on my desk. That's burning. That was burning. That's a good one to do. That's a good one to do. All right. Incredible. Incredible. You are all fantastic, beautiful people. You are all fantastic, beautiful people. Thank you. Thank you to L1011 TriStar for... Oh, 1 minute. Camera back down. A bit more. Got to get the Mordian branding in, boys. You guys know that. Got to get the Mordian branding in. Thank you to L1011. Thank you to Destroyer. Thank you to L1011 again. Thank you to Gen Quarters. Thank you to August. Thank you to James. And thank you to Tom and for the Giga chat, the Giga chats, that's what they are, the Giga Chad chats, the Giga chats. Oh boys, you're keeping me strong. I can feel stronger. I can definitely feel it, boys. I can definitely feel it. You guys are going to keep me nice and swole. It's going to be good. So massive thank you to all of you for your generous support, and massive thank you for helping me keep me fit and healthy. Because truly, big risk of doing this thing full time is ending up just becoming, you know, like really unfit. I don't want to become unfit. It's a good way of doing it. I did think of doing some like tongue-in-cheek sort of videos, like exercise videos, like how to stay, you know, fit, like as a guardsman and everything. I've got a friend in the Marines who could like put me through my paces, put me through some like fizz and everything, and we could just like do some like fun videos around it, just for a bit of fun, like cardio, you know, curls for Cadia, you know, squats for Sanguinius, all that kind of good stuff. Just come up with some cool different things. So that'd be cool. Okay, so boys, game number 3. Game number 3. So what we're going to do is we've talked about game number 1 where we smashed Chaos Knights. We've talked about game number 2 where we smashed the Harlequins, but we lost on points. Now it's time to talk about game number 3. Okay. Now game number 3 was another table quarters style deployment. So this time it wasn't like a full quarter with a circle in the middle. This time it was diagonal. And I believe the mission is data scry salvage. No. It's the one where it's you come in 15 inches from one side, 20 inches from the other side, and there's 4 objectives across the middle, and there's I think it's data scry salvage. It's definitely data scry salvage. Absolutely. And then you've got 1 objective in either deployment zone. And I faced off against Custodes. Now bear in mind, Custodes have taken some hits, but up until a week or so ago, Custodes were a bogeyman army. They were strong. They were really, really strong. And my opponent had what I would consider to be a traditionally very strong Custodes army. So we had a couple of squads of the shit sword and board guys, and a squad of 5 sisters. That was basically his troop tax. He had 2 big squads of bikes, like 4 bikes in each squad, and a bike captain. And then he had 3 dreadnoughts. I think there were 3 Forge World dreadnoughts, right? And he had Trajan, and he had a banner guy with -1 to hit banner guy. And they weren't the big Chungus dreadnoughts. They were the regular sized dreadnoughts. 2 of them had these big fucking halberds, and 1 of them had a sword and shield. Okay? So, I don't know exactly what the name of them is. Alarius dreadnoughts, maybe? I don't know. Maybe that was spell. Ash, hey MG, do you want to hear something really dumb in Horus Heresy? Yeah, man, of course. Absolutely. Lyman, next time you make a proper training video, British Muzzleloaders channel about bayonet drills, I'd love to see that. Hey, if I think he's based in, he must be based in like Canada or something, mustn't he? I think he is. But I'd love to. I love British Muzzleloaders. So God, you go down such a rabbit hole following his channel, don't you? So cool. So Destroy's done about at least you get paid with your membership. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. So he had 3 of those dreadnoughts. He had 3 dreadnoughts: Trajan, banner guy, bike captain on a biker captain, 7 or 8 bikes, and 2 squads of Custodes, sword and board guys, and a squad of sisters. That's what I can think off the top of my head. Okay. Now he deployed most of his stuff hidden, and then deployed some. Now bear in mind he was using a strong army, and I suspect he'd been having like some lessons or something. Like it was really, you know, like also like coaching, or at very least he'd done his research, because he'd only played 4 games, but he knew his rules inside and out, and he knew he knew the rules inside and out as well, and he had his strategy locked down. He'd never faced guard before. And I don't know if it was his 4th game ever or 4th game with Custodes. I don't think it was his 4th game ever. I think it was his 4th game with Custodes. But he hadn't faced guard before. Okay, so I ran him through the army, and he was like, okay, it seems okay, but you hit on 4 most of the time, right? I was like, yes, I do know I do hit on 4s a lot of the time, but I said I do get lots of rerolls, and I do get 6s auto wound and all this kind of crazy stuff. He's like, okay, well, fine. So he deployed a lot of his stuff, his bike stuff hidden, so I didn't even need to back line that much, because I was like, he's actually deployed a little bit far back. That, you know, far. If I was him, I would have just gone all out. But anyway, and then he deployed his dreadnoughts and stuff behind some dents, but in essentially not behind, behind some dents, or he had the banner next to them, something. But it didn't really matter, because I had dents. I always had to shoot across dents. So it didn't really matter about that. Anyway. Basically, dreadnoughts and infantry on one flank, bikes on the other flank. And I got turn 1. And essentially, I couldn't see all that much, but about 5 or 6 Leman Russes, a Demolisher, 2 battle cannon Russes, and a battle cannon tank commander. The green tank commander could see his dreadnoughts. And so I just opened fire, and I managed to kill one of his dreadnoughts. Even with -1 hit, I managed to kill one of his dreadnoughts and bring another one down to like 4 wounds. And my opponent was like, I can't believe you've done that. And I was like, what do you mean? I've killed a dreadnought. It's not that big deal. He went, no one kills these dreadnoughts like turn 1. I've played 4 games with him. I never lose a dreadnought in one go, let alone lose one and one get taken down to 4 wounds. And I was like, I said, that's my one thing I do. I shoot, man. He was like, no, I'm not angry. I'm literally stunned. I'm literally fucking stunned. He was like, I think I know how this game's going to go. And I was like, well, you Custodes, man, you're tough. You'll take casualties on the way in, but you should be all right. It was a fucking turkey shoot, boys. It was a goddamn fucking turkey shoot. So his dreads, I slowly pull back. I think to myself, right, I'll take this flank up here. He's going to come around here, which is what essentially he did. And I just essentially did like a reverse and fire, like reverse fire. So his bikes come out. All his bikes got salvo launchers, by the way, but none of his guns are greater than strength 8. So you know what fucking happens, don't you, boys? Wounding Lehman Russes on 4s is dog shit. So again, salvo launchers come in. Barely half of them. I pop smoke and stuff. I use dents to my advantage. So he's hitting on 3s most of the time. He's wounding on 4s. Then I get a 5-up save. So we've seen this happen in 2 fucking games now. It's not surprising what happens in game 3. Just bounces. And what damage he does get through, I can just repair. Between the tech priest and the self-repair, just repair. So I shit you not, boys. This game is so easy to describe because the game was over in about an hour, including deployment and stuff. Right? Turn 1, he moves forward with his bikes. Turn 1, I shoot one of his dreadnoughts to death and almost kill another one. To his turn 1, he moves out with his bikes, bounces. My turn 2, I pick up every single biker and I'll finish off a dreadnought for good measure. So he's lost all his bikes, 2 of his dreadnoughts. Turn 3, he pushes forward. He gets one of my Lehman Russes down to like 2 wounds. Between the tech priest and self-repair, it manages to get... It was something ridiculous. I got a 6 on the D3, and then when on the repair, I got a 5, and then I rolled another 5, so it healed 6 wounds back in a turn, so it went from 2 wounds to 8 wounds. That's back on full bracket. So turn 3, I pick up the remaining Dreadnought, Trajan, and the Banner Guy, and my opponent has, in his turn 3, 2 squads of Custodian Guard and a squad of Sisters. Admittedly, they're hidden out of line of sight on objectives. So what happens is I pick up one unit of the Custodian Guard. I pick up both units of Custodian Guard. The Sisters, 1 turn 4, 1 turn 5, just because I couldn't get everyone on. And by the turn 5, he has 5 Sisters of Silence left on his backfield objective. And the game took about an hour. I just shot off the board one of the most durable armies in the game in essentially 3 turns. Because I don't really count turn 4 and 5 because it was literally, it was just a case of what I couldn't see, I couldn't shoot, do you know what I mean? It was fucking insane, boys. Fucking insane, it doesn't matter how, he was like, I can't even use my stratagems because, I can't even use my stratagems because you're just auto-wounding me. There's no point in me transhumaning and stuff. And I was like, I don't know what to say, bruh. Literally, I didn't lose a single model. Didn't lose a tank. Closest he got was that one he got down to 2 wounds, and the dice gods were like, fuck you, back up to 8 wounds. I lost one. I lost one tank. His bike captain came in and blew a tank up. That was it. I lost one Lehman Russ. One Lehman Russ. It's just... It was beautiful, man. It was beautiful. So, I literally went in to 3 meta armies. I told you, these tournaments are fucking shark tanks. You cannot say when you face 13 Baby Knights, Harlequin boat spam, and fucking Custodes with like 3 good, dreadnoughts and bikers. You cannot say that you had easy matchups. Every single one of those matchups, a week ago would have been fucked for me. Every single one of them. Now, I fucking smashed every. You know, I could have. And if I just had a heavy flame on every single one of my Russes, which I only didn't take because of, you know, literally. Like, I know it sounds crazy, the guard guy, but model limitations. I'm running the El Clasico Russes, so they're kind of fixed what they got. That's the only thing. So that's it, boys. And the end result was something ridiculous, like, you know, like 80 or 90 points to me, and he got like 50 or something. So it wasn't too, you know, it wasn't too bad, but like, it was just, it was amazing. It was so, it was the first time in 9th edition when I've been running my guard and I felt in control. We've talked about this a lot with the guard, haven't we? We've talked about this a lot. We've talked about how you often feel like you're always reacting. You're always having it on the back front. You have to take ground and then just hold it and hope and hope and hope and hope. Now it was a case of I'm driving forward. If I see you, you are fucking dead. Bear in mind, I wasn't running 3 or 4 tank commanders. I had 2 tank commanders. In game 1, I only really had 1 tank commander the whole game because the first Russ to die was a tank commander. I was just hitting with regular old tanks, boys. Regular old Russes. And they just smashed everything. It was just... It was emotional, guys. You can tell I'm getting emotional. It was fucking beautiful. So that was it. Summary. Went 2-1. The game that I lost, my opponent had 2 models left. I had over 50% of my army left. In fact, you could say I had 60% of my army left because I had 6 out of 10 Russes left. It was just amazing. So, it's not a meme list, boys. It's not a fucking meme list. It's actually a good list. It's actually viable. As mad as it is, it's actually fucking viable. So, just sort of see us on chat. Dwarf Hammer, glad to know the look. I wished you worked, mate. Awesome. Yeah, thank you for the look, man. Thank you. Absolutely fantastic. Dwarf Hammer, did you come up to... Were you the guy that I met in Just Play? Because I met a channel fan at the tournament. I was just wondering if that was you, man. If it was, that's amazing. Great to meet you in real life and great to be a time. If not, still, thank you for wishing me luck and everything. Oh, Ray, it was amazing, man. Amazing. I was hoping you'd join the fucking stream, bro. I was hoping you was. Well, thank you for the luck, dude. It helped so much. This is what I love about fucking YouTube and everything. You meet people in real life, you meet people online, they cross over. It's so cool. It's amazing. So it was just so much fun. So end of the day, boys. Not only did I not go 0-3, I actually went 2-1. Now we cannot rest on our laurels, ever. What would I do to improve the list? That's the biggie, isn't it? That's the biggie. So. There's two summary thoughts are. Before we go, we'll talk about improving the list, but there's some summary thoughts I want to do as well before I forget. There are 2 ways to run the tank guard. 1, you do what I did and you take jury-rigged repairs and you take gunnery experts. The jury repairs allow you to reroll random number of shots, and the jury repairs makes you really fucking tough, boys. Really tough. Like I said, I was healing 20 plus wounds every single game. Okay? Now, if you're taking in that configuration, you need to take at least 5 of your Russes as long-range Russes. Okay? Or whatever you take, 5 Russes, long-range Russes, right? Because you don't have the spotter details to have 30-inch range demarcher cannons. Okay? So you take some long-range Russes and you need more durable. The other way to run it is to go, you could go nuts. You could go demarcher cannons on everything. Or like a lot, or at the very least, the majority demarcher cannons. But then you go gunnery experts and spot details. But the sponsons you put on the side, you want to go for longer range sponsons. So you want to have like a heavy flamer on the front to help you get out of combat, and then like plasma cannons on the side, and then a storm bolter on top as well. That's how I do it. So you've got some long range Daka. Because don't forget, your plasma cannons will be 42-inch range plasma cannons, so that's really, really nice. Okay, you could have Scythen is saying you could go 30-inch range multiple. That's good. It is good, but let me tell you, you cannot underestimate. And Ash, I've seen your question about Custodes. Give me a second. I've seen it. I'll come back to you in a second. I'm just riffing for a moment here, bro. Hope you understand. Now, you have to understand that it was so valuable me outranging everyone. It allowed me to constantly have fire support coming from every angle. It was so helpful. So if I was to run this list again, and I haven't done the maths on this. So bear with me. If I was to run this list again, and this may not quite add up math-wise, but bear with me, this is how I would do it. I would take 8 Leman Russes. I'd take a spearhead, I'd take 2 tank commanders, and I'd take 2 squadrons of Leman Russes. I'd give them all the martial. I'd take spotted details and gunnery experts.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Massive thank you, Blake M, for subbing to the channel, man. Thank you. For those that don't know, subbing is like just a regular old like sub. It's still nice. It helps grow the channel, but it's not the same as like sponsoring the channel, which is like the equivalent of becoming a subscriber on Twitch. Just so people know why I don't make a bigger deal out of it. It's still nice, you know. Appreciate every single sub I've got, but it's just so people know. Case that, God, that was a bit of a shithead, wasn't it? So, 8 Russes, 8 Demartia cannons, heavy flamer on the front of each one, storm bolter on top. Why the storm bolter? Help to shoot stuff out of combat. And then either like flamers again to have some bruiser tanks like triple flamer on the side, or like some plasma or multi-melter heavy bolter on the side. Okay. And then I would take 2 full payload basilisks in a squadron. And then I'm not sure if you can take them in squadrons or not, but if you can, great. If you can't, it doesn't matter. For my last, that's 3 out of 5 heavy support choice in the spearhead. My last 2, I would take 2 Medusas. Or 2 other artillery pieces, but probably Medusas. Why would I do that? Okay, means your Medusas are 42-inch range, which is great. And it means that you've got indirect fire. It means you've got long-range fire support, so you're not relying on your battle cannons. And it means every single one of your tanks doesn't care about combat, and every single one of your tanks has got a good range Demartia cannon, 30-inch range Demartia cannon with the moving 5 inches. That's a 35-inch threat range on those Demartia cannons. That's how I would do it. And again, I haven't tried that version of the list out, but that's where my instinct lies. I think no matter what you do, you probably want to take... The other way you could do it is go totally the other way and go, you could actually, if you are clever about like your sponsors and stuff, you could probably squeeze in like 11 Russes. So you could take like a couple of long range bombardment Russes as your tank commanders, and then like 9 Demartia cannon Russes with like flamers and all sorts of crazy shit. So that's kind of it. That's what I would do, boys. So that was my sort of closing thoughts, and it's not a meme list, and that's sort of my way I would potentially improve the list. I think Demartia cannons are better. I definitely, every time I shot a Demartia cannon, it slapped something to shit. Every time I shot a battle cannon, it kind of tickled it. What I found, though, was not to underestimate the massed battle cannon fire, because what I found was my Demartia would often go forward, shoot, and then die, whereas my battle cannon Russes would often just keep firing every turn, and just over the course of the game would tend to do as much damage as 1 round of Demolisher shooting. But if I'd had Demolishers on everything, if I'd gone Demolishers and Flamers and everything, that would have been interesting. I don't know what it would have done, but then the games, I wouldn't have faced that. I think the list goes 2-1. I think the list goes 2-1 at a 1-day event and 3-2 at a 2-day event. I think it doesn't do much better than that, because the moment you win your first 2 games, when you get to your 3rd game, you're going to face some just top tier broken ass shit. You know, some tyranny thing that just flies around, just like 100 mortal wounds to you. That's what I think you're going to end up with. So that's why I think it's better to be like, I don't think it's a tournament winning list. I think it's just turn up, smash the fuck out of people, and hopefully have a great time. And hell, if you might get best painted, or you might get coolest army award, and you should get most sporting as well. There wasn't a most sporting. I was a bit disappointed in Just Play. The one criticism I'd have is they should definitely have a most sporting prize, because, well, it is their cutthroat event at the end of the day. It's their cutthroat event. So I want to say just massive thank you to the channel members for voting and letting me take that army. It was so much fun. It was such an experience. I cannot wait to do the after action report video. Hopefully it'll pop off as much as the conscript one, but it was a lot of fun, guys. It was a lot of fun. And I can confidently say it's really, really powerful. Now, what this makes me think, last closing thought is, I think my Steel Legion list is strong now. Think about it. I just think it's strong. 4 tank commanders. My Steel Legion list, I'm thinking it's gonna be like, yeah. Oh, I feel that Steel Legion list is gonna be strong, dude. I think if I took half the amount of tanks and filled the rest out with artillery and mechanized infantry, it'd be amazing. It'd be amazing. No Name, go to bed now, gents. Early start tomorrow. Good night and salute to Mordian. Owen. Thank you, No Name. Appreciate you being in the chat, man. Thank you very much. I'll catch you on the next one, dude. So, I have a couple of @Mordian glories to respond to. So, I just want to say, Victor, @Mordian glory, have I missed the after action report? How did it go, mate? Also, how are you doing? We've just caught the final thoughts there, Victor. I'm doing really, really well, thank you. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Don't worry if you missed the after action report, dude. I'm doing tomorrow's regular episode will be the usual after action report format, you know, the hour-long kind of video. So don't worry, there'll be an after action report tomorrow that you can watch at your viewing pleasure. But hopefully you caught those closing thoughts there, mate. Ash as well. I'm pretty sure if I don't acknowledge Ash's question about these Custodes, that he might actually pop an aneurysm. So Ash, I haven't faced Custodes in Horus Heresy. I haven't faced... MG, as a primer for the stupid thing, do you know how Custodes worked in 1.0 or did you play against them in 7th? I rarely played against Custodes in 7th edition, and I didn't play against Custodes in 1.0 Horus Heresy. So, please lay on me the stupidity that is Custodes Horus Heresies. I will be getting into Horus Heresy soon, so I would love to know what kind of bullshit to keep an eye out for. So lay it on me and I'll read it out. That'd be awesome. Twilight, sent you an email @Mordian glory. You might be interested. Smiley face. Well, I'll take a look, but if it's feet pictures again, I'm not looking at those. I'll look at those in my own time. Thank you. Yes, I did get your email. I haven't ignored you. I am definitely I haven't got any battle reports in the wings, but I'd happily let you have a crack at one, man. I can tell you like my style and everything, unless you've got your own style. But yeah, so let me get back to you via email form. But I have seen your email, so there you go. Just so you know that you've been seen. How not to be seen? Making sure I'm not missing anyone else. Victor, @Mordian glory. Next, Baneblade only. How many do you think you can fit in 2k points? Should be able to fit about 4 Baneblades into 2k points. Hey, guys. Do you want to know how many super heavies you can fit in 2,000 points? 5, including sponsons. How'd you do it? Stormblades. A Stormblade with 1 set of sponsons is right now, unless they change it, is exactly 400 points. So take 5 of them in a super heavy auxiliary detachment. Because it's been so long since I used super heavy auxiliary detachments. Because someone tell me, if you take your super heavies in not a super heavy auxiliary detachment, a super heavy detachment, how many super heavies can you get in a regular super heavy detachment? Is it 3? Is it 1? Is it 5? How many is it? 3 to 5. Good. So yeah, take 5 Stormblades. And do they get a regiment trait as well? Oh, someone's saying 3. Oh, you know what? Let's Google it. Super heavy detachment. It's images. 90 super heavy detachment. 3 to 5. 3 to 5. That is interesting. 6 CP. So it's all of your starting CP. It is all of your starting CP. But where we're going, you don't need CP. And they get a regiment trait. Boys, you know what to do. 5 Stormblades. Heavy Flamer sponsons on the side. So if they get tired of combat, you don't care. Job done. Job done. I also said the picture they don't get. I thought it was just an auxiliary detachment. You don't get the. You don't get it. Killer Creature, my super chat didn't happen. Did it go? Did it just not go off? I'm looking back through it, man. I don't see it. I don't see it, man. Oh, damn. Damn, you're right, Ash. You can't take 5 of them if you're following the rule of 3, unfortunately. Bugger. You could probably still get 5. You could take 3 and 2 Bakara's Vanquishers. That's an idea. Might even give you some points left over for like a patrol with a couple of tech breeds in or something. Interesting. Good points though. Good points. I can't believe Killer Creasman's super chat didn't happen. That's mad. Killer Creasman, did just make sure. I mean, I've literally not seen. I've not seen it even pop up, dude. So if it didn't pop up, if just check the money went through, and if it didn't, okay. If it did, you didn't get a super chat, then I'll manually do one for you, man. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But yeah, just check that it all went through, okay, man. Don't want you being out of pocket for something and not getting it. It's a YouTube error. 20 quid just disappeared into the ether. That's crazy. It's not been added on to me, man. You should be able to get that back. You should be able to get that back. You should definitely be able to get that back, man. Don't just let that go, man. Make sure you get it back. And if you need anyone to, if you need like I don't know why you would, but if you needed someone to like to support, back you up, or give you a statement or anything, just let me know. Because I definitely didn't get it. You use this video. This is video evidence. I, Mordian Glory, confirm I did not get the 20 quid super chat. There you go. Send that to the bank. Brandon, YouTube starting to get dodgy. Yeah, we've had a few. I think a lot of people are coming over to YouTube live streaming. I think a lot of people are coming over to YouTube live streaming, and it's not quite ready to handle it, man. It's not quite ready to handle it. But yeah, Killer Creasman, don't let it go. Don't let it go. Make sure you claw that back from your bank or something, man, because it's not fair that you get fucked over. It's not fair at all. Mikey said, oh, Iron Brew. I've seen another one from Twilight. Oh, I did see that email as well, man. Yeah, I did see that email as well. That sucks, man. Very big thank you to Twilight for for attempting to get me an Iron Brew sponsorship, but apparently they're not doing YouTube sponsorship at the moment, which really fucking sucks. But they might do. Maybe I could be the first. That'd be incredible, wouldn't it? Interesting. People saying in the 5 super heavy detachment, you could take 2 more destroyers. You could take 2 more destroyers and 3 Arcturian Stormblades or something. Or you could take something else, 3 regular Baneblades and 2 Marauder Bombers. The Marauder Bombers would certainly help you with the shooting out of line of sight situation, because you just fly over the terrain, don't you? You fly over the terrain. Boys, it was absolutely, yeah, it was such a good fucking tournament. So what we're going to do there, guys, is that kind of sums up the tournament after action report. So I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone. We will be continuing the live stream. Don't get me wrong, there's loads to talk about and everything. But we will be... my brain's gone mush. So what we're going to do, boys, we're going to finish the after action report there, but we're going to continue the live stream. What I need to do is get a quick drink. We've been streaming for about 2 hours, so you guys know I like to have a little comfort break after 2 hours. Now, when we return, we will be able to have a little bit of a chat and be able to answer lots of questions. I appreciate I've been kind of abusing chat because I've been focusing on getting the story out, but we'll be answering lots of questions and then maybe do some like list reviews and other cool stuff like that. So there we go. Massive thank you to Andy for the $10 super chat. Test 1 2 3. Got to make sure the super chat is working. Absolutely, man. Massive thank you, Andy. Really, really appreciate the super chat, dude. It's so awesome. I can't get over like how generous this fucking community is, man. You're fantastic. Thank you, Andy. 07 in the chat for Andy, boys. 07 in the chat. I'm like a fat. Every time I get a super chat, I'm just like a fat conscript in the mess hall. Awesome. Trichroma, going to bed night. See you later, man. Have a good one. Thank you for joining the stream. Scython, at mordianglorytv, it's cool I catch your live stream, sir. Your videos, namely the conversion one for more heavy weapon tubes and start collecting plus mini Cadian boxes, got me into the guard. It's been a blast. Well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I appreciate you found my content a bit useful. That's the one thing that matters to me. As long as people are finding my stuff useful and they're finding it entertaining, that's all that matters. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to put the BRB screen on. Ooh, I think your super chat's come through. Your super chat's come through, Killer Cruise, unless it's a second one. Either it's a delayed one or a second one. So, massive thank you to Killer Kriegsman for being an absolute legend and for the big super chat. Killer Kriegsman keeping that stream streak going and for keeping the super chat streak going. Just comes in here every time and slaps down that 20 quid. It's amazing, man. Thank you so much. Fucking thank you. If anyone needs any painting doing, check out Killer Kriegsman 85. It's not a paid advert or anything like that. He supports me, I support him. It's as simple as that. Massive thank you to Killer Kriegsman. He's got a great painting service. He's painting up a Channel Death Guard army for me, and it's going to look so fun. I'm going to show you a picture. I'm going to show you guys a fucking picture. So massive thank you, Killer Kriegsman, and let me embarrass you in front of everyone by drooling over your amazing work, man. Drooling just over you and your amazing work. Right, here we go, boys. Take a quick look at this. This isn't even finished. Look at that grim fucking Death Guard bastard. Look at him. Look at him. Amazing. And this guy's not even finished yet. He's got some weathering. He's got some other little bits. This is like a progress pic to be sent. So massive thank you, Killer Kriegsman. And seriously, check out this fucking painting service. It's pretty fucking good, boys. Right. Awesome. Awesome. So, Ash, do you want me to send my explanation as a forward in a list review submission? If it's quirky, go for it. If it's fairly standard, I can figure it out. But hey, I don't mind what you send in. So what we're going to do, boys, like I said, everyone let's have a little comfort break. We're streaming for 2 hours. Let's drain the sea monster and get a drink. So don't go anywhere because we're only going to be about 2 or 3 minutes. Okay? So grab a drink and we'll be back. Before I go, I've just noticed during Brits asked the question, is that Death Guard for Horse Heresy? Yes, it is. That's what it's going to be good enough for Horse Heresy, and it's going to be good enough for 40k as well. It's going to be a cross-compatible army. It's going to be really, really cool. Awesome, man. PJ McMurray off work. Jen Quarters for the $3 super chat. Massively. The bayonet charge. Where's my bayonet? I don't have a bayonet. 1 minute. I don't have a bayonet, Jen Quarters, but I do have a big fucking sword. Ah! There you go. Massive thanks to Jen Quarters, my #1 Hydro homie, for keeping me hydrated and for super chatting. 3 Storm Blades and 2 more Destroyers is 1980 points. Perfect. Perfect. You probably bang a couple of Hunter Killers and Heavy Stubbers on those Storm Blades with those extra points, isn't it? On the Storm Blades, I mean. Heavy Stubbers and Hunter Killers on the Storm Blades, what I'm trying to say. 1940. Fucking hell, you've got loads of points. Probably take a Hellstrike rack or something. Awesome, man. Massive thank you, Jen Quarters, for the super chat, and massive thank you for the information. That is good to know. Now, I mean, I've got 3 Bane Blades. I could probably kit bash, and they'd look fucking Gucci, but I could probably kit bash some plasma turrets for them. The Marauder Destroyers are slightly harder to come by, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. Massive thank you, Jen Quaz. Really appreciate it. PJ McMurray, check out your channel badge, bro. You've been a channel member for 2 months. Cross bayonets. So cool. I can see it working, boys. I can see it working. So cross bayonets. That's the bet. The longer you're a channel member, the better the badge you get, boys. Amazing. Right. Drinks. I'm back. I'm going to be back between 11 o'clock exactly and 11. Well, we'll say 11 o'clock exactly. We'll say 11 o'clock. 2 minutes. There you go. I have returned. So my lovely little conscripts, what do we want to do next? We're going to see what people have been doing in the chat. Rudolph, you inspired me to run 90 conscripts and moving up to 120. Nice, man. Excellent. Tank Commander, you can find... Tank Commander. Hey, man. You can find 3D files of Stormblade Cannon. That's what I did. Oh, excellent, man. Awesome. Who's got the whoopee cushion today? Awesome, man. I'm counting Mordian. You better hurry, Nomis. Yeah, absolutely. Scyther, just remembered I have to pay another 40 Tempest Assign proxies. Now that they got Hammer of the Emperor, the 6 Torques full Tempest Battalion needs to get on the table. Yeah. Absolutely. I imagine a lot of... I imagine a lot of people are painting up Scions and tanks. Excellent. 1 minute late, Gert. Yes, well... I was distracted by the mist, wasn't I? That's not an innuendo. I went past and chatted to her. Tag on Watchdog. I'm going back to my good old hybrid. It's the first time since the last slate dropped. Awesome. Yeah. Tank Commander Watchdog. Mail call update. I called my man today, but he wasn't in. So but I called him a little late. I thought he was open till 6 and I called him at 5, so I suspect he might have clocked off a little early, the cheeky bugger. So I'll catch up with him. Don't worry, man. You've sent me something. I'm not going to be like an asshole and not like look after it. I'm going to make sure that we make sure, because if he was delivered on the 22nd, it should have been there when I went to collect it at the weekend. So it's weird he didn't give it to me. So either it's been delivered to the wrong place, or he's forgotten to give it to me, or he doesn't realize it's for me or something. So yeah, I'll find it. Don't worry, man. One way or another, we will find it. Okay. Bermuda Raven. So with the rust durability buff, it sounds like regular rust might be okay choices then. Yeah. They're durable. They're durable. Well, I have to say, it felt like my tank commanders did more damage a lot of the time than my regular rusts put together. So that's just something to be aware of. But I would say my regular russes that had demolisher cannons did really, really well, because even though a lot of the games were hit on like 5s and stuff, but it didn't really matter because every time they hit, they tended to do damage. It's that classic go big or go home philosophy. So I would often, I'd think about putting demolisher cannons on every single one of the regular russes, and then having the tank commanders and the artillery pieces in like the version 2.0 we discussed as being your fire support ones. That's how I'd run it. Bermuda Raven. So yeah, durability buffs. They're tough. They're really tough. Yeah. Strike Ev 3. Admiral and Glory. How do you feel about deep strike / transports apparently breaking inflexible command? So inflexible command's interesting. I actually took it, and some people ask about what sections I took. I actually took inflexible command in 2 games, and I actually scored 10 points in it in most games, because I kept all of my tanks within 12 inches of a tank commander. And you also get a point if you kill an enemy unit whilst under the influence of an order. So what I would do is I'd weaken the enemy units in my regular russes that weren't under the effect of an order, and then I'd finish them off with like my tank commanders. Because I had steel commander, I had access to 4 orders, and I had a CP which let me do 5 orders. I would weaken them with non-order ones and then finish them off with ordered ones. So I actually tend to get quite a lot of points from flexible command. It's quite good. So what I would say is it seems relatively easy to get points on. So in terms of how do I feel about it breaking it, I think it's right. I don't think it needs an FAQ. I think the only FAQ you need is if you've got an officer in a... Because technically if the officer's in the transport, then he's not on the board, and that breaks it, which is stupid. Because they've obviously said, put the officer transport, and then the transport becomes a command chimera. I think... I mean, you could... Yeah, I think they need to FAQ the bit about transports, but deep striking... I don't think you should get it. I mean, you're not on the board. It's inflexible. You're inflexible, and deep striking requires a certain amount of flexibility, right? So, Cynthian, Scython, how good are Scout Sentinels with the AOC? Scout Sentinels, I don't know. I mean, Scout Sentinels have one job, to be anti-Grey Knight. They only have to do that for, or anti-Thousand Suns. They only really have to do that for 1 turn, and then they can die. You don't really care about them. So, I don't know. Armor Contempt is okay for Scout Sentinels. But Scout Sentinels aren't that durable anyway. They're only a 4-up, they're a 2+5. I don't care. The big winner is Armored Sentinels. Armored Sentinels is the big old winner, boys. That's where you want to have your... that's where you want to be getting the most out of Armored Contempt to your Sentinels. Armored Sentinels, for sure. Brandon, MG, have you ever been in a hole in your life? Been an a-hole, I'm going to assume what you meant. That Custodes player that got shot off the table might have thought you were an a-hole though, lol. I mean, I would be very arrogant and very unself-aware of me to say I've never been an asshole in my life. I mean, who here amongst us is perfect? I mean, no one is. I like to think that I always try and do the right thing. I like to think I have a relatively strong moral compass, but I would also totally acknowledge that I've been a fucking asshole at times. Like, with my, like, I get hangry. If I get hangry, and it's a bad fucking habit to have, but I get hangry. And, you know, and also I can get short-tempered when I'm tired. So that's, you know, I make no effort or no bones to say I am perfect in any way. I'm not. I'm human. We're all human. We're all, well, apart from Striker, if he's a custodian, he's perfect. But we're all human. The one thing I would say is I always try and do the right thing. And the other thing I would say is I'm not one of these people that I am, and I do not like it when people say this. I am the way I am. I just tell it how it is. I am who I am. You've got to love me at my best or worst, whatever. You know, they don't take any responsibility. They just say, I am a dickhead. It's who I am. Great. And I'm like, no. I have never purposely been a dickhead. I am not perfect, but I've never purposely been a dickhead. On the table, I've never been a dickhead either. Like, we're talking like general real life now. Like, there you go. So little real life segment for you there, guys. But it's important to be honest with yourself. It's important to know what your flaws are, and whilst accepting them, also always try and improve upon them. You can always try and improve, boys. Be it in life, in hobby, in a skill, in anything, in work. You can always try and improve. You should always be pushing forward. You should always be pushing yourself. Is this the best? It might be the best right now. Can you then improve on it? Can you improve on it? That's how I try and approach life. You know, I need to make one of those like 5-minute motivational videos on YouTube. I suppose the Reject the Meta one was kind of a motivational video. Killer Creaseman, happy, just found my Windsor & Newton number 3 series 7 brush in my drawer. Amazing, man. Nice, always good when you find something that you've lost, especially when it's something nice like a good brush. Gank, Tempestus Schmentus, Mechanized Infantry Regiment, baby! So I've got to say that a bit better. Mechanized Infantry Regiment, baby! Been 14 years since the Howling Howitzers. The 105th KD MIR was lost in the breakup from the Keeper of Cheating Secrets. Oh, that sounds awful. Is that an X, is it? Awful, man. Brandon, I like the lore of Sentinels. Oh, yeah. Like, Sentinels are cool, man. Sentinels are very cool. They should also change Inflexible to just Regiment so Scions can participate and now screw your points. Yeah. Bermuda Raven, none but the Emperor is perfect. The Commissar's watching. Exactly. Stop with Camel. Custode. Perfect target. Perfect tank target practice. Apparently, man. Apparently. The in should have been an and. Yeah, that's fine, man. I got what you meant. Ash, send a list with the paragraph to go with it. Perfect. We'll get around to that in a bit, bro. Don't worry. Just answer it. Just keeping up with chat for a moment. Living in VR. Got my old metal Kazakh out of storage over the weekend. I've just finished stripping them. The 20-year-old paint job off them. Now sounds get hand with the Emperor. It's stormtrooping time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fucking love me some stormtroopers. Love it. PJ McMurray. As close as your round 1 game was in a friendly setting, I would call it a draw. Oh, absolutely. If we were at WT... Fly in my face. If we were at... Is it... No, ow. It's either fly or a bit of dust has got on my eyelash. In my mouth, apparently. If it was WTC, where you've got to have a 5-point... It was a fly. Little midgy thing. If it was WTC, where you had to have a 5-point difference in order to get a win, I wouldn't have got a win. I would have got a draw. So, under Cutthroat GW rules, it was 2-1. Under WTC, it was 1-1-1. Either way, 50% win rate or higher. I'll take that for a fucking meme list. I'd buy that for $1. Killer Creeksman. My most expensive brush set. Wow. 00, 0, 1, 3, 4. They are my tools. I have to look after them. Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if you do a painting service, you've got to look after your paintbrushes. Absolutely. Ash. How do you think Pask shapes up post data slate? Okay. Well, it's a tricky one. You see, Cadian is really good because of the stratagems. But if you can't leverage the stratagems as much, then Cadian aren't as good. So in order to get Cadian good, you need to be taking one detachment, essentially, and Creed. So really what you're looking at for a Cadian army, or how I would view a Cadian army, is you're kind of looking at Pask, 3 tank commanders, and Creed as your HQ slot in a brigade. And then you're looking at like 2 full payload basilisks. And then you need to take Creed because you're going to need to offset the 2 CP for the full payload. And then you're probably looking at just about 100 infantry and 3 sentinels, really. And that's kind of your list for Cadian. Now, Cadian are good because they have the inbuilt... Well, they have the order pound them into dust to actually reroll random number of shots on the turrets. But they're not... A Cadian tank company is not as good as a custom regiment tank company, because the custom regiment tank company can get reroll random shots on those flames, which is really, really important. But you can't do that with... Cadian, because they don't get the random number of shots on the flamers rerolling. Oh my god, massive thank you to Jonathan Davies for coming in with the big old $50 super chat. Amazing. All hail the mighty deep strike blocking scout sentinels. Massive thank you, John. Absolutely fucking incredible. I have my Forge World Reducer. I need to go pick it up from my it's on the way. I don't know why it's taking so long for them to send it to me, but it's on the way apparently now. So I need to go and pick it up. So soon I will have my Medusa, which was very only possible thanks to your very generous support, and you coming in here with even more generous support. Just massive thank you, John. It's absolutely incredible. Really fucking appreciate support, man. It's amazing. This community, man, this goddamn community. You're all such fucking fantastic people. You're great. So just thank you so much. Thanks, Jonathan. Forge World has to make them. I suppose they're probably made to order, aren't they, when you think about it? Probably made to order. Oh, you know what, boys? 07 in the chat. 07 is that for Jonathan, man. It's absolutely incredible level of support. So I'm very fortunate. I've got a couple of people. I've got more than a couple. I've got a few. I've got several people who are just really, really fucking strong supporters, and it's incredible. So massive thank you. I want to say a massive thank you to every supporter and every channel member. Okay, I know sometimes I over-egg it, boys, but I'm just not used to it. The generosity it's fucking humbling, right? I know I say that a lot, but don't think it's a platitude or anything. I mean it. It's like, I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone that donates a couple of dollars, to everyone that donates $100, and to everyone that donates everything in between, to every channel member, to every patron supporter. It's incredible, man. It is incredible. Like, it's never gonna get old, man. I'm still expecting, and it sounds cheesy as fuck, boys. I know. It's cringy and it's cheesy, but it's heartfelt and it's honest. I'm still waiting to wake up. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. And thank you to every other channel supporter as well. You're fucking incredible, boys. You're fucking incredible. The level of outpouring and support I've had since doing this live streaming and full-time shit has been insane. It's definitely fucking helped a lot. It's helped a huge amount. So, Mark, well, you've been drinking too much Iron Brew, getting all emotional. I know, man. It's a toast. It's a toast to all of you. To Mark Wall, to Jen Quarters, to Ashbine, to Gang, to PJ Murray, to Andy, to the Cat Chad, to every single one of you. Raise your glasses, boys. 07. I'm never ever going to take it for granted. Could be 20 years later. Could be 20 years later, and I'll still never take it for granted. It's amazing. Oh. Brandon, I've been toying with the idea of taking the front shield off my bastards. I've seen that done. It looks quite good. I'll tell you what's kind of cool. They may not have a fucking clue how to play guard, but go and check out Tabletop Tactics' battle reports with their They've got 2 guard armies. They've got the Tolan and they've got the Albion Raptors. Check out the one with the Albion Raptors. Their Basilisks have got like sandbag walls, which is really, really cool. You know, it's really, really cool. Oh man, massive thank you, Twilight. Massive thank you, Mikey. What's this about being generous? You deserve every bit for the content you've made over the years. Oh, thank you, man. I feel good, appreciate that. Massive thank you. It's awesome. I always wonder. I just want to Google something quickly. 8. It's 8 Aussie dollars. Like Twilight, because I know it's not. YouTube isn't great at converting stuff. Oh, got another fucking super chat coming in here, boys. It's popping off. It's popping off. Massive thank you, L11 TriStar. I am technologically illiterate, but there is a thing we could tie in Discord that is some kind of directory of our regiments and fluff. Yes. So, firstly, let me come back to you in a second, but massive... Thank you. Thank you. Twilight, what I was going to ask is, when you donate in Australian dollars, YouTube isn't great at converting it, so it comes over as like a slightly wacky amount. If you ever are like donating and it's meant to be a $5 like GigaChad fucking chat, tell me, because I'll give you your chat. It seems to only fuck with it with the Australian dollars. I don't know if it can't work out dollary dues to US dollars. I don't know why, but just let me know if that's your intention, and then, you know, obviously I'll give it to you. L1011 TriStar. Swordfish Thumbs. Swordfish Trombone. Massive thank you, man. Massive thank you. Really appreciate how generous you are in the chat, dude. It's incredible. I want to say... just to answer your question, I am technologically $5. Okay, I'll give you a GigaChat in a second, Twilight. Give me a second. I am technologically. Is there a thing we could tie into Discord that is some kind of directory of our regiments and fluff? Massive thank you, Gangastani, for the super chat, dude. 5 quid super chat. My question is, if we get him to drink a fine brew, will he stop looking so pasty white and go orange, or will he just turn Scottish? Yeah, I am quite pale. I'm not gonna lie, I am quite pale. But it's also partly the lighting and the webcam. I'm doing this, you know, I'm on starter equipment here, boys. But hopefully we'll be able to get everything upgraded, you know, over the course of time. Oh, massive thank you, Jonathan Davies. Massive thank you. Oh my God, incredible. It's popping off, boys. It's popping off. Right, you know what, boys? I think we've got 3 GigaChads there. That's incredible. That's incredible. So you know what we're going to have to do? I'm going to have to do one for Twilight, which is going to be arm exercises. We're going to do one for Gank, which is going to be squats. And then we're going to do one for John, which will be the behind ones. There you go. That's what we're going to do, boys. Back to back, all in one session. Boom, 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 boom. So, what did I say? Mark will bicep curl squats and sit-ups. The camera won't. It'll look shit sit-ups. Trust me. I will do it at some point, but I need to sort the angles out a little bit better. Let's do that, and then we're going to come back to L1011's question. Short answer is yes. I'm going to do the GigaChats, respect the GigaChats, and then I'm going to give you a full answer. So there we go. Let's do it, boys. Let's do it. Remember. Shout out your regiment. Shout out your regiment. Oh man, I'm feeling the burn in the arms. Here we go. Start with Twilight. Start with some Mordians. We're going to start with Mordians, right? One for the Mordians. One for the Custodes. L10 for the Talar. One for the Talar. Nice. One for the other end, still easy. One for the silence. Not had silence for a while. Let's just look at the silence. Oh yeah, there we go. My uncle was a bit from the dude. Nice. One for the core. One for Elysia. One for the Collections 73rd. One for Capchan. One for the 105th Harlequin Howitzers. One for London Lions. One for the Gabeta every fucking time, man. Every fucking time. One for Destroyer Standard Bearer. One for the Charmin 44. One for Elysia. One for Troll K. The last batting for the Troll. Massive, man. Massive. Awesome. I'm keeping it straight. I'm keeping it straight. I'm keeping it straight. Oh, man. One for Valhalla 312. 501st Alley Cats. 3. More than Acid Dogs right. Last one. And I'll drop it off. Okay. Last two. Road Trader Privateer Max. And of course, the Sentinel. There we go. We've got the squats. Got the squats coming in. Probably about 20 squats. Wait, the camera is going to be better where it was. There we go. Oh, I can shit myself with this one every time. More than Acid Dogs. There we go. That's 3. 65th Death Corps Regiment. Mixed Regiment. So a sound that looked like a big shit. 6 pounds. Awesome. That's about 10. That's 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 20, 16, that was good. 17, 18, 19, 20. Now, I appreciate the Giga Chad song has been playing quite extensively there. So we're going to go for another one now. So you guys can have a little bit of, just a little bit of variety. Here we go. To your super chat in a second, but just know you're the true Giga Chad. There we go. Oh my god. Massive thank you, boys. Look how fun. Mordian's become a squat. Awesome, man. Massive thank you. 07 in the chat for Jonathan Davies. Well, better make it an even bill, eh? For the wall of guns. Massive thank you, dude. Fucking incredible. Awesome, man. Awesome. Random, sits me down. Awesome. Yeah, just huge. You know what? I didn't make it a big enough deal out of that. Jonathan Davies, thank you. You are true hero of the Imperium. Absolutely incredible. Oh, man. And Joe Quarters, my main hydro homie. Coming in here and fucking keeping me hydrated. You guys are fucking incredible. Honestly, I'm getting such a good fucking workout, boys. I'm getting such a good fucking workout. My arms are dying. My legs are dying. My ass is dying from the squat. It's all great. Massive thank you, Jonathan Davies. This is for you. Fucking appreciate it, man. You know what? You know what? That's fucking.
Reporting for duty, sir.
That's pretty fucking incredible. Appreciate the super chat, man. Really fucking. There's so many just fantastic, generous people in this community. I know, I over-egg it. I know you boys think, Mordian, stop fucking, you know, getting all gooey on us, all this kind of shit. But I can't help it, boys. Like, it's life-changing. It's fucking life-changing. Every single one of you. You're all fucking heroes. You're all fucking heroes. Genuinely. Every single one of you is my hero. And that sounds cheesy, and it sounds bullshit, it sounds like a platitude. It's not. And you always know it's not. I don't say, you just know it's not. Jen Quarters, thank you. I'm going to chug this down for you. I'm going to chug this. I'm going to replay your one. I'm going to chug you down. So also say thank you to Atim for subscribing to the channel, man. Appreciate it. Good. Massive thank you, man. Massive thank you. Oh, Amy, you're going to sleep tonight? Yeah, I am. I am going to fucking sleep. I'm going to be out like a fucking light. Now, I want to put someone on the spot here. I want to say a huge hello to James in the chat. James Bland. James Bland is someone I know in real life. He's not just someone. He is my oldest friend. We've known each other since we were like 4 or 5. We've known each other at least 25 years. I'd say at least 24, 25 years. We've known each other for fucking ages. And 2 things I want to say about James. Firstly, he's the Marine guy that I spoke to you about before. I said, James, if you're listening, I said that we're going to do some fucking videos where we come up with like a guard fitness regime and you put me through my paces and we'll make a little bit of content out of it and I'll fucking die and it'll be amazing and we'll do it as a little bit tongue-in-cheek, like how, you know, do a little like one-off playlist and all that kind of stuff. But James could be my real-life Imperial Guard fitness trainer, which would be awesome. Other thing to mention is James has a full Scion army and he actually has been on the channel a couple of times. And if you watched my bolt action battle report, James is the one that puts together the amazing bolt action boards. In fact, if you haven't seen that, I'm going to put a link. Hopefully YouTube will let me link my own fucking thing. You need to check out this battle boards. It's really, really good. And the table on it is, makes you have an uncomfortable feeling in your trousers. Let's put it that way. So let me just, let me find this for you, boys. You're going to absolutely love it. Like I said, hopefully YouTube will let me link my own friggin' video. It can be a bit funny about your link and stuff. Right. Now. I owe L1011 TriStar an answer to his question. It was minutes and minutes and minutes ago, but I owe him an answer to his question. Massive thank you for the super chat, dude. I mean, all of your super chats, bro. It's incredible. Absolutely. All of them. And when you asked about the Discord regiment, what kind of directory, that is some kind of directory for our regiments and stuff. Yes, absolutely. In fact, I can probably do another little Discord demonstration for people that have missed it, so that you can see it. Oh my god, another one. L1011 chance. I can't keep up, man. You fucking the channel is popping off. You know, I need to get that T-shirt made up, don't I? I need to get that T-shirt made up. It's popping off, and the Guardfather. I need to get them made up. I need to be wearing them. I need to be fucking wearing them. I'm going to do that. I won't do it live, but I'll do that, and then other people can buy them if they want. Because it'd be kind of cool. People can turn it to Guard in a Guardfather T-shirt. That'd be kind of cool. So, massive thank you, L1011 TriStar. Do you ever just stop and think about the Destroyer Tank Hunter? I really like the Destroyer Tank Hunter. I really, really like it. And I fell in love with it in the 4th Gaunt's Ghost novel, Honor Guard. Now, I didn't used to like Honor Guard as much when I was a kid, but reading it again recently and getting an audiobook on Audible, I'm not sponsored by Audible. I wish they would fucking sponsor me, of course, you know. Need that dollar, boys. Need to get that standard issue Imperial credits. But Honor Guard is about, basically, you have the Gaunt's Ghost, which is great, but they are joined with a tank regiment, and there's Death Jester in the tank regiment. It's a Destroyer Tank Hunter, and it's so cool. And the way it's described is like when there's like a big tank battle going on, and it's like a hunting animal, like creeping. Because you don't really think of like tanks creeping or anything, do you? But there's like these big fields like on either side of the road, and the tanks are having a big fight in like the open fields, but like in like the big cornfields, this tank's like driving forward, low profile. It sticks its gun over the top of the bar and just fucking smashes it. It's like fucking fires laser and just evaporates tanks left, right, and centre. So cool. So cool. So L1011 TriStar, not only do I think of the Destroyer Tank Hunter, I fucking love the Destroyer Tank Hunter. In fact, boys, in honour of and sort of in respect to L1011's, you know, very generous support and to his latest question, put down in the chat your favourite Imperial Guard tank moment. Now, this can be in a battle you've had. It can be in a bit of fluff. It can be from a video game. It doesn't really matter. Just your favourite Imperial Guard tank moment. Put it down into the chat. Just share them. I'll read some of them out. Just share them. So, mass thank you, L1011. Absolutely incredible. Tom. Tom, our resident towel troll. Our resident fucking towel troll. Here's some towel money for you to use. Use it for the guard. Here's some towel money for you. Use it to buy a guard. Absolutely, man. I will do. It feels so wrong, yet it's so right. Massive thank you, Tom. Appreciate you. You're fantastic, just regular donator. It's amazing, man. Really appreciate the support, dude. Thank you. Fucking, you might be, as I always say, you might be a towel scumbag, but you're all right by me. Who knows? When I, you know what? When I get the channel Tau Army off my brother, if he's a bit flaky. I love my brother, you know. Of course I do. He's, you know, blood is thicker than water, all that kind of good shit. But he can be a bit flaky. But if I ever get that Tau Army off him for the channel, so I can like, you know, have another Xenos Tau Army on the channel, another Xenos Army on the channel, I'm gonna call the ethereal Tom. It'll be T. Like apostrophe OM Tom. Ethereal Tom. That'd be awesome, man. When I get it, you can, or Fireblade Tom. You pick. You can be a Fireblade or an Ethereal. I don't mind. Whoever the Warlord is, there you go. Whoever the Warlord is in the day will be Tom. There you go, Commander Tom. Now, L1011, to answer your previous super chat question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a quick, I'll do a quick Discord demo. There's nothing, I'll get it up and then I'll share my screen. I'll share my screen. Keep, sorry, I was stuck in my throat then. Just letting the Discord load up.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Oh, massive thank you around for that. Massive thank you to Sam. I just saw today's video. Thanks for the feature. No worries, man. No worries. I kind of did that as the, I know I said I do you a community spotlight one, but I thought I'd do you one better because the community spotlight videos sometimes don't get as, you know, on their own, they're good, but they don't get as much like traction. So what I did is I put your tanks, it was fortunately you sent some pictures as well, I put your tanks at the beginning of a video that I was pretty certain would pop off quite well, and then I thought you'd get more views and maybe more money out of it. So it's not a dedicated one, but hopefully you can see the logic and you're okay with that. Massive thank you for the support, man, and massive thank, and yes, I'll get back to you about those cameo turrets. Massive thank you to Tom. Glorious. I'll see if I can send some reinforcements. If you send me some towel. Amazing, man. Massive thank you, Tom. Really appreciate the super chats. Really appreciate the bayonet charge. Are you a bayonet charge? I know it's kind of ironic because I don't think Tau quite like bayonet charge, but just imagine this isn't a glorious Imperial Guard sword, and imagine it's some kind of like, you know, bonding knife for your Tau. To be fair, this cheap knockoff, probably it is made in China. It says it is branded with the mark of 440 stainless China. This knockoff Chinese sword would definitely be about as effective as a Tau bonding knife in combat. So there you go, Tom, here's your bonding knife. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate the super chat, as always. So what I'm going to do, guys, it's really good to be able to keep up with the chat and everything. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to show you, I'm going to do another sneak peek of the Discord, and it's going to help answer L1011's question. So let me just switch into the Discord. And let me show you where it's works. I appreciate like you, and it's also great that you mentioned that you're illiterate 10, 11, because it's also great to mention it because this is why I'm not just launching the Discord into the ether and not having people around to help. There are many people out there who aren't tech literate. Many people are, but it's easy to forget that there's a lot of people that just don't really use computers outside of like a bit of office work here and there, right? So I want to have a couple of people ready on standby so that when people come into Discord, it's going to be an initial rush, right? That they'll be able to be directed and that they'll be able to be helped navigate it. So this is perfect. Now you guys can see why I'm rolling it out properly and not just going, here it is, go nuts kind of thing. No, properly done. So let me share my screen. In fact, I'm going to have my face off just for the next couple of minutes. So this is the Discord, boys. And when you land, you'll land in. Now we are seeing it from the view of like an admin essentially. But what happens is you have your sort of welcome station, then you've got your once you've been given access, you get access to the different barracks and stuff, the different chat rooms. Now this is for general stuff. Now if you want to talk about fluff, you can talk about general lore here, and you can just talk about anything lore related there that you want. However, if you find your regiment that your favorite regiment is, so let's say mine's Mordian, and let's say I have got just loads and loads of Mordian lore that I built up. I might have a Google Drive document or a text document 20 pages long of just all the fluff and lore that I've built up. And I just want to share that. And maybe someone will read it, maybe they won't, but I want to share that. And even if someone just gives me the comment that goes, nice, that was pretty cool. I liked the bit where you talked about the Mordian killing the Tau. That's like, okay, awesome. You've got a dedicated channel for your regiment's lore in here. And that is like, as long as it's like on topic and it's not dirty and it's not like erotic fan fiction or anything like that, and it's proper lore and it's cool and it's all in the vibe and with the theme of the channel of the regiment and everything, then go nuts. You can put it in here and that's great. And so HB Lore's homebrew lore, for example. Now, there's one of these for every single regiment. Now, what the great thing about this is that I know multiple people that have come out to me and said, I not only like to post lore, but I like to read lots of lore. And so the great thing about this room is it might just be a series of people that have put their big documents in there or put their couple of pages in. And it might just be there's the occasional, oh, that's cool. Oh, I really like that kind of comment. But what you know is you don't necessarily need to like have a back and forth. You can have as much conversation as you want, but you don't necessarily need to have a back and forth. But you know that you can post your stuff there and someone is more than likely going to read it. But also what you know is I'm interested in reading some Cadian homebrew lore today. Amazing. I'll go to the Cadian homebrew lore. I'll find August's big old lore thing on his Cadian regiment, and I'll just read it whilst I'm on the toilet. And I'll just read it for 10-15 minutes. And you spend, or maybe you read it for longer than that, and you can spend an hour whiling away reading some dude's homebrew lore. And that's great, because not only do you get to post your lore, they get to post their lore as well. So you get to read it and you get to post it. Nick, is that Discord? So yes, this is a sneak preview of the Discord. It is finished. It is basically good to go. I just need to be able, it's been so busy between the tournament this weekend and the tournament and the Baltic tournament that I'm running next weekend that I just need to, and running the YouTube channel full time. I don't want to launch Discord and not be available in it for the first day or so. So next, either it's going to be released slightly early this week if I've got time. If not, it will definitely be released next week. No failure whatsoever, no doubt. So there you go. So that is the Discord. Little bit of a sneak preview. You can see there's loads of stuff in here, loads of different regiments, loads of great shit. So get hyped, guys. It's really, you can see there's so much. Feel free when you're watching this again to, we've been streaming for about almost 4 hours, almost 3 hours. So feel free to, remember this sort of timestamp. Come back here and I'll scroll down slowly now, and you can see the different rooms. You can get hyped and excited for the different the different rooms and everything. So there you go. Look at that. It's all mirrored. So once you're used to one regiment, you're used to another regiment. It's great. You don't see all these rooms, by the way. Just to be clear, you only see as many rooms as you want to see. So if you give me, can I see this as just a? I probably can. Right. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to switch my view 1 second. Oh no, it didn't go off properly. Sorry. Let me replay that for you, Killer Kriegsman. Killer Kriegsman, massive thank you for the £5 super chat. August sent me his lore when he sent me the bulk of his infantry to paint. Amazing, man. Absolutely fantastic. You know what? £5 super chat. That's pretty good. You know what? I think maybe, do you want to, Killer Kriegsman, let me know. Do you want me to do a little bit of a workout or whatnot? Have a little bit of a chug? Let me know what you want because I'll let you do that for £5. $5. It's pretty similar, you know what I mean? So let me just check something quickly, guys. Let me just server.
Ready to unleash 11 barrels of hell.
I need to remember how I meant to see this. I can't find it now, but I'll do the demo another time. Massive thank you to L11 TriStar. Thank you. Heads up, chat. The parties in the Talaran quarters. Awesome, man. Awesome. Massive thank you, Killer Cruiser. Massive thank you, L11. Absolutely awesome. Just so really appreciate it, super chat. And it's all going on in the Talaran quarters. I think you'll find. I reckon the Talan will have like some of the most like upbeat and almost like culturally enriching parties. You know, they're going to have loads of like great sort of Talan food. They're going to have an amazing time. But I think the Mordian parties will be the most distinguished. We will have tea parties and dinner parties in the Mordian channel, cultural and sort of food parties in the Talan channel. That's where I think it's going to be going, man. So, just amazing. Absolutely amazing. I love it, man. Yeah, and Killer Goose, August sent me his lore when he sent me the books of Interface. Yeah, man. August has got some sweet lore. I can't wait to see it in the lore channels. It's gonna be. I think the lore channels are gonna be surprisingly like popping off, man. I think they're gonna be really, really good. Ash, hey MG, do you think you'll keep taking Gatekeeper now? It costs 1 CP. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's too good to pass up. Because bear in mind, if you take 2 full payload Manticores and Gatekeeper and just take 1 detachment, but you've got Creed, you still start with 5 CP, which is fine because on your first turn, you go up to 6 CP. So not too bad at all. Massive thank you to the Catachad for the $2 super chat. Beer and free weights in the Catachan tent. Oh yeah, Catachan tent is going to be like a big fucking like grill. They're going to be roasting something they've hunted every single fucking night. They're going to be chugging down the beers. They're going to be doing the pump. It's going to be like a combination of a 24/7 gym session and a 24/7 barbecue cookout session. Massive thank you, Catachad. One day, if all of these super chats keep going off and everything, one day, maybe I will be worthy of being a Catachan. We can only hope. We can only hope Mordian becomes a Catachan. But yeah, Ash. Yeah, so Gatekeeper, yeah. Wait, we can't post Love Can Bloom on Discord. No, you can't. Nick, is that Discord? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, got a super chat. Fred, hi MG. Sorry I missed most of the stream. How did you do in the tourney? Did I miss much? No worries, man. Firstly, massive thank you for the £5 super chat. Absolutely incredible. I think we've got some £5 super chat. Definitely feels like we need to be doing some Giga chats for that, don't we, man? We need to do some Giga chats. So, Fred, I'm going to do you I'm going to do you a fucking Catachan Giga chat for the £5. If for some reason it only does it for exactly $5 US, but I think a 5 is a 5. Do you know what I mean? As long as it's roughly $5 or £5, it's pretty much the same. Don't worry about missing the stream. For some reason, YouTube's been really funny on notifications with streaming at the moment. I post the schedule for anyone that wants to know when does MG stream. I post the schedule on YouTube community and Facebook every single Monday. But my current set schedule is, this is GMT, this is UK time, 9 till 1, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's guaranteed. And then some weeks I will do from 2 till 5 on a Friday. Okay. Just so you know. So that's the schedule. But I post the schedule every Monday on Facebook and on YouTube community. Massive thank you, dude. How did I do at the tourney? I did well. I went 2-1, bro. I did 2-1 and I smashed Chaos Knights. I lost to Harlequins, but I smashed the round but lost on points. And I tabled Custodes and only lost 1 tank the whole game. Absolutely smashed it. It's really, really good. I'll be doing an after action report tomorrow, so you won't miss anything. Don't worry. Massive thank you to L11 TriStar. Massive thank you. The main thing the Talon channel will accomplish is helping the other regiments realise our manifest inferiority and converting to the light and swiftly as a desert wind. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Swift as the wind. They're so good. I fucking love the Talon, man. I wish they had a way of re-rolling shots, or that the non-random shot weapons for their tanks were better, because I'd take them every time. That poking out, move, shoot, move is so good. So good. Massive thank you, L1011. Massive thank, and mad respect for being a Talon player, dude. It's absolutely awesome. I think we chatted in last stream. We've got a lot of metal Talon coming. Incredible, man. Looking forward to seeing them on some pictures on the channel, man. Looking forward to it. Killer Kriegsman. Yeah, I'm off to bed. Give me a call when you get some time. I need to know more about the Death Guard plans. No worries, man, Killer Kriegsman. No worries. Have a good one. 07 in the chat for Killer Kriegsman. Long time support of the channel. Absolute fucking legend. And yes, I will get back to you regarding Death Guard plans. As far as I'm concerned, man, though, you've got free raid. I'm just grateful for whatever. So just as long as it's legal to use in 30k and legal to use in 40k, and that's fine. That's fine. So 07, man, really appreciate it. L10 coming in again with another fucking super chat. Chat, you know what I'm saying? Say it with me, chat. Obviously there'll be a bit of lag latency, but that's fine. Say it with me. It's popping off. It's popping off, boys. It's absolutely popping off. Massive thank you to L1011 just for generously bankrolling my channel. Absolutely awesome, man. Fucking real. Genuine. You know how much I appreciate it. You know how much I appreciate it. I know I joke about it, but seriously, dude, I fucking appreciate it, man. It's incredible. Just don't talk about our Eldar friends. That's just propaganda. Yes, of course. Of course. I'm actually not aware of that bit of fluff. Was there some Elder Talon heresy going on, man? Was there some Elder Talon heresy going on? Let me know. Because I got a few Inquisitors and Commissars that might need to, might need to check that out. But until that time, just keep bribing the Imperial official over here, and we'll make sure we sweep it under the rug, right? Oh, man. Massive thank you, though. Massive thank you to everyone for all the super chats, dude. Incredible. Incredible. Right, yeah, like I said, I've had a couple of £5 super chats here, and whilst they're not exactly $5, £5 and $5 is very, very similar. So I'm just gonna do. We're gonna do a fucking get. We're gonna do a bit of legend, boys. Bit of legend. Let's have a fucking. Let's chat. Let's do a bit of a popping off chat. Let's see, where can I find it? Here we go. Let's do it, boys. You know it. You know it. I know it. Let's fucking do it. Here we go. Five currencies. Yeah, pretty much 5 currencies. Here we go, boys. We'll just do a couple of sets. Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm so glad that I've got Tuesday off so I can recover my arms better for the Wednesday stream. Need a t-shirt with this popping off with guards and spraying assholes. Yeah, man. You know it. One more for the core. Every day in the core. One day in the core. One day in the core. That was just a quick one. And then we've got another one. Another big old super chat coming in from L1011. Swordfish Trombone. Yes, it is a part of the new fluff. They ally after the rift things happen. Stuff involving Necrons and Talon. Well, that sounds like a big bag of fucking bullshit. I hate it when they try and make Guard seem like reasonable, or Imperium and Eldar seem like they're even remotely like okay. No. Like, I'm sorry. Humans can be reasonable, don't get me wrong, and they can, and when they have the opportunity to live in an enlightened society, we can be, or the fortunateness, whatever the word is, the fortune to live in an enlightened society, then yeah, you can be reasonable. But the Imperium is neither enlightened or fortunate. They wouldn't do it. Do you know what I mean? So, Why would they trust one? To an Imperial Guardsman, an Eldar is just as horrifying as a Necron. So why would he... It would be like him picking to choose... It would be like the Guard... When you think about it, would the Guard ever ally with the Necrons to beat the fucking Eldar? No. And they'd never... This is not how it works.
Ready to unleash
It's not how it
11
fucking
barrels
works.
of hell.
Just massive thank you, L1011. Really fucking appreciate it, man. Oh, it's just popped up. I don't know why it took so long to pop through, but massive thank you, dude. I thought it popped up when I was doing the other one, but there you go. Oh, man. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So many things popping off, man. So many things. Ah, I love it, boys. Absolutely love it. So we've been going for about 3 hours now. So, I think it's only fair if we just keep. I'm gonna keep it with chat for a little bit, and then we'll probably do like some list reviews or something, and then probably call it there. So stream for about another hour. That sounds pretty reasonable to everyone. So, what are people saying? Didn't the Talar manage to outmaneuver Eldar grav tanks by stripping off extra armor to make their tanks faster, if my memory is correct? That sounds pretty fucking metal. I quite like that. Gangstani, need and it's popping off with boys with t-shirt with lads, guards and spraying lads bolts. Yeah. So the text bit's easy. The graphic is a little tricky, but if someone can send me if someone can send me, I'd be happy to either collaborate with or pay. I don't really mind. Or give exposure to, whatever people prefer. I know people say working exposure is bullshit. I get that. So if someone wants to if people want to send in their graphics of Guardsmen popping off lasgun bolts, it just needs to be a PNG file, guys. And you've got to imagine it's got to be, I think it's going to be at least like 2000 by like 2000 pixels, I think. So if people send it in, I'll pick the best one. And if someone wants some money for it, I'll give them some money for it. And then that could be part of the t-shirt. And it's popping off, boys. I am not a graphic designer, so I can't draw it myself. And I'd rather give you guys first pop than go to some rando on Fiverr. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Brandon, that would be a cool t-shirt. Absolutely. PJ, supposedly they butted up with the pointy ear scum stop a Chaos Incursion 2nd edition. Ugh, grim. Fred, dying for the Emperor brings its own enlightenment. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Brandon, I heard somewhere that any society is only missing 3 miles away from total chaos. Yeah. It's like society is only 3 miles away from anarchy. Something like that, isn't it? Yeah, it's a cool saying. And with the times that we live in at the moment, boys, cost of living going up. Yeah, I think we're closer than ever to that total chaos, which is, and obviously we don't talk politics or anything on this channel, but we are human, so you've got to acknowledge the world around us, and it's not ideal, is it, boys? Some people are really struggling. Ash, to be fair, the IG did either the Eldar in Winter Assault, albeit at very strained lines. I like to think the Eldar helped the Guard out without the Guard asking for it. So I think we get away with it that way. Killer Creedsman, good night, man. See you later, dude. See you later, Killer Creedsman. 07 in the chat for Killer Creedsman. Fucking legend. Thank you for being a mod. Thank you for being a supporter. And thank you for just being a general all-round top bloke. Catch you in the next one, dude. L1011. There is something buried in Talan the Necrons want. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Fred, glad to hear the tank meme list went well, though. Yeah, it went really, really well, bro. Like I said, when the stream's finished, feel free to go back. We cover it in the first sort of hour or so, first hour and a half. So go back and watch that, or wait for tomorrow's, do both. Wait for tomorrow's video, and we'll talk about, and I'll talk about it in there as well. Ash, interlude. Well, we're not gonna. Ash, don't worry. Rather than having an interlude, we're just gonna have a list reviewing session at the end. So don't worry. And yes, we'll do that because I know you're gonna be foaming at the mouth if I don't do it soon. I'll catch up with a few more questions from chat, and then we'll go into list reviews. And I've decided, guys. The fairest. So I've had a lot of lists sent in, and it's going to be it's a bit dickish, but it's the only way to do it in a funny sort of way, fairly. Okay? It's going to be first come, first serve. When I start doing this reviews, it's going to be first come, first serve. If some people have sent them in a few minutes early or like an hour early, that's fine. What I mean is like, it's going to be first come, first serve each time. So otherwise what happens is I'll spend the whole time of the list reviews reviewing lists for people that may not even be in the chat, and I'll never keep on top of it. So it's going to be first come, first serve, list reviews. You get it done in the chat, and then it cuts off, and the next chat with having an interview with some list reviews, it starts then. So you just have to try and get them in early. It's just the fairest way of doing it. Stops any backlog or anything like that. And don't forget, when we've got the Discord and everything, I'll be happy to sit in Discord and do some like list reviews and shit with people there for like just whatever. It's only during these live streams, I mean. Awesome. Abhor the witch, kill the Xenos, Persian clean. That'd be a good t-shirt. Thanks, gang. Stop with Carol. Time to leave work and head home for to mow the lawn. No worries, man. Thank you for joining us, Opwith. Love the username as always. One of my favourite players. Stop with Camel. Catch you on the next one, dude. Ash, are you familiar with the meme "graphic design is my passion"? No, I'm not. I'm gonna Google it now. I'm gonna Google it off screen in case it comes with something dodgy. Graphic design is my passion. Oh, it's just a shit picture. Yeah, I love it. Oh, that's funny. Graphic design is my passion. Love it. PJ, I need a sanctioned psych emoji. Yeah, no problem, man. Happy to do that. I'll tell you what, I'll write that down. It's a good one. Pen of Prophecy. The Pen of Prophecy. Sanctioned. Psych. I've got the perfect picture for that one. Already lined up in me head. Dravnik, Outward and Glory, just joined the stream. How did the tank getting list go? It went really, really well, man. I went 2-1. I smashed Knights. I lost on points to Harlequins, but absolutely smashed their army. And I smashed Custodes in 3 turns. 2-1. Great games every single time. Don't worry. If I'm going to do an after-action report, full video tomorrow. If you can't wait for that, go back to the beginning of the stream. I cover it in about the first hour or so of this stream. But don't worry. It went really, really well, bro. Thanks for asking. Fred, specifically, the Imperial Guard commander in the Winter Assault stated that he wished they wouldn't help. Exactly, Fred. Killer Cruisin, last mod out the door. How about that vote? Yes. Took me a second to remember there, dude. Sorry. So, everyone in chat. Thanks for remembering, dude. God, my brain's... God, he bloody brain's like an ogre.
Ready to unleash 11 barrels of hell.
Massive thank you, Alt11 TriStar. I'm just going to do this poll and I'm going to answer your question very, 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 very quickly. Poll. What should we say? It's like next sneak peek. That's what we call it. Next sneak peek. It's the Spartan, isn't it? Or it's the Contemptor. Dread. Right, boys. Just as a little fun little poll for Killer Kriegsman, what would you like to see as the next sneak preview of the Death Guard army? Would you like to see the Spartan Assault Tank or the Contemptor Dreadnought? Go for it. Just whilst you guys are interacting with that, I'm going to say big hello to Simon. Hi, Simon. Late arrival. You are joining a little bit late, but we're still going to be going for another hour or so you'll still get plenty of content. And then I'm also going to say, massive thank you to L1011 TriStar. Master Shake's combat sequence above wrote a better accuracy than anything in Hollywood these days. This game's generation of excitement is wonderful. Master Shake. Master Shake 9000. Second ed, my mob of 10 Stormboys tried to assault Luminous. 8 blew up in the air, went to orbit. The 9th landed on the captain and blew them both up. Brilliant. Amazing. Massive thank you, L1011 TriStar, for the super chat. And absolutely, like, a lot of... Didn't Martin Scorsese get in a bit of trouble a year or so ago for saying that, like, Marvel films aren't true cinema? They're just people dressing up in costume and dicking around. It's kind of like... I mean, everyone loves a good action flick, but... I kind of get what he was saying. So yeah, L10, totally agree, man. It's why when films like Dune come out, which are a bit weird and alternative and complex, and you have to think and you have to concentrate, because if you don't concentrate, you'll miss it, that they're so popular, because people think they want the spoon-fed bullshit, but actually people, what was it they say? It's like, you should never assume your audience is stupid. You should always assume your audience is smart and treat them with respect. And that's what I always, that's my golden rule. That's what I always assume. Better to assume someone is, not to be like condescending to them, but, you know, better to assume someone's smart than to be, think as thick as fuck. You know, be respectful to them. Absolutely, totally agree. L10, it's a fantastic point. Absolutely fantastic point. There's something else I was going to say, but I can't remember it now. All I'm going to say is, mass thanks for Super Chat, dude. You're a fucking legend. Really appreciate all the support, man. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, man. And let's close the poll now. So we've got a few votes. There you go. Killer Greaseman. The Dreadnought has won. People want to see the Contemptor, which is pretty fucking cool, in my opinion. It's pretty nice. Gang. Gotta love the shroom heads when they do fluffy stuff. Yeah, absolutely, man. I can't wait to get my orc. I've got about 2,000 points of orcs. I just need to get them. I just need to get them done. Get them done. Once I've got my 8th army done for bot action, I've got the US Airborne sent in by Twilight done. Bolt action for me is essentially completed, which is great. So then I'm gonna get onto the orcs, which will be great. And it's great the fact that I'm going to get the Death Guard, because they can be like a heretic army whilst I'm working on Xenos army. It's going to be great. So, mass thank you, everyone. Thank you, Killer Kriegsman. Really appreciate it, man. Oh, man. Awesome. Brandon, I like Dreadnoughts. I can come up with 6. Nice. Brickhill 302. Is Guard good for getting a 9th edition codex soon? I have no idea. But my personal theory at the moment is we're not getting it. We're going to be the last codex. And my personal theory is we're not going to see our codex till 2023. And the reason for that is the balanced data slate says that these changes are effect until January 2023, essentially. So why would they? I don't know. It's tricky. I think we're not going to get it until Q4 or beginning of 2023. We're going to be the last codex of 9th or the first codex of 10th. That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts on it, man. Brandon, if I play bot action, it would either be Airborne or German Youth of the Tiger. Do both, man. Do both. Because, well, German Youth of the Tiger is crazy. But there is actually it's called a theatre selector. Imagine a specialist attachment in 40k that lets you take the 12th SS, like Hitlerjugend or whatever it was, Hitlerjugend or whatever they were called. And they get some really, really cool rules. Now, they are fluffy rules and they're kind of theatre select, so you kind of have to agree with your opponent. This is what I'd like to play. But it's bot action, so it's a lot easier to agree that shit with your opponent. So it's really, really cool, the army. You should check it out. And then the US Airborne are fantastic. The great thing about the US Airborne is there's 2 kinds of sculpts. You can get the late war plastic sculpts, which are more affordable and wear the later war gear, which is great. Or if you want to get the uniforms for the the early war powers, which have like the gloves and the patches on the shoulders and everything, and on the knees, and the jump boots and all that kind of stuff, you can buy the mid-war power troops that jumped into like Sicily and whatnot, and they look so good. My airborne that I bought for myself were actually the Sicily ones, but thanks to a very generous channel member, Twilight, I've now got some late war ones as well, which is great. So I've got all the airborne I could possibly need. MG, you need to do a squat for every day after squat codex that the guard codex releases. Jesus Christ, I just like, it's like one every day. Here's a daily squat. Here's my daily squat. Yeah, I could do that. Or I could build them all up, and then when the guard codex finally drops, do all the squats. But if they never release it, I'll just die. I guess I'll just die then. I need it. Yeah, man. Awesome. It's a good idea, though. It's a good idea. Ah, incredible. Right. So, about just under an hour left. So, lines are now open for list reviews. Lines are open for list reviews. So, if you want me to review a list, please send it to this email address. Now, Ash, I know that you are You've already sent me one in, so I will get that list and we will review it. Don't you worry, my good man. It's your favourite part of the stream. Is the interlude with the list review. I wouldn't ever miss you out. PJ Murray, build up. First day 1, second day 2. That's good. That's cool. Gank, I would like Russians. Lots of infantry, lots of artillery, and a commissar. So, that is not a bad list. If you ever get to action, like regiment traits, every faction gets faction traits. The Russians get a free 12-man conscript squad, which is really, really cool. So they always outnumber their opponent. Also, the best bit about the Russians, if you take a commissar, then you get to get rid of one of the biggest problems with inexperienced infantry. Inexperienced infantry have a permanent -1 to hit buff. It's really, really bad because in action, to hit modifiers can stack. So if you move, you're at -1. If you're experienced, you're at another -1, which means at best you're hitting on like 5s pretty much all the time. Now, if you have a commissar within 6 inches of an inexperienced squad, they ignore the -1 to hit for being an experienced penalty. They're motivated. Really, really cool. So you actually pay for inexperienced troops, but they shoot as good as regular and veteran troops, which is great. They still die like shit, don't get me wrong. But if they're green, they might become regular, blah, 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 blah. Point is, it's really, really cool. And commissars are super cheap. And you can get 3 sources of artillery in your army. You can get a self-propelled gun, you can get a fixed gun, and you can get a mortar. So you can run tank, you can run artillery, and infantry, and a commissar, and it's actually a pretty effective list. And it's fluffy as fook as well. So you should definitely consider it, man. Only thing to worry about is the Soviet kit's a bit fiddly, but it's not too bad. You have to take... The Soviet kit requires patience. Like the Soviet method of battle, you have to build them slowly and surely, and before you know it, you'll have them. But just don't rush them. Take your time, because the kit's fiddly. The only fiddly bit is putting the rifles in the arms, but it does give you more customization as well. Right. Fred, I can see the headlines now. Local tabletop game streamer hospitalized due to excessive exercise. Hey man, there's worse ways to go. There's worse ways to go. Just go by just exploding my arms off. Right. I need a little drink. My throat's a little dry. So I'm going to get the first list ready. List review plus horsehead silliness. That's great. So we're going to start with... we've got a few good lists here. We've got one from Ben, one from Ash, another one from Ben, another one from Mr. Thorn, which is pretty cool. So I don't know what your actual name is, but I just know I know what your last name is because it's on your email name. Mr. Thorn, how fun? Mr. Anderson. No, that's not the way it's like Mr. Anderson. Bit better. Anyway, I'm going to quickly get a drink. So before we start the interlude, I'm going to have another 2 or 3 minute break, drain the sea monster, grab a drink, and then we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Whilst I'm going, feel free to send your list in. And we're going to try and get as many done as possible. Like I said, it's first come, first serve. It's just the fairest way of doing it. All right. Like I said, be back at 1:15 by my time. That's 4 minutes. Ah, yes, Mordian precision that time. Got just in time. Just need to take one of my Medicaid pills to stave off the rot of Nurgle in my finger. Don't worry, it's not cock rot. Just got to take the old antibiotics. Now, this would be an interesting question for my American friends and anyone else that doesn't have national health care. I have got here for my finger a box of 28 fluxloxacillin. There you go. Doesn't there's anything dodgy there. Fluxloxacillin. There you go. Now that cost me about £9 in the UK. And we always hear horror stories about American privatised healthcare and how it's super expensive, this kind of stuff. But I thought you could buy antibiotics over the counter in some places in America. America's very big, so obviously everywhere it's a bit different. So how much would 28 fluxloxacillin cost you in America? Or wherever you live, how much would it cost you? Obviously in the UK it'll cost you about the same as me. Ah, Simon, our resident NHS expert, he works for NHS. Flucloxacillin. Ash, in England, MG, in Scotland, we also get our prescription for free. Nice. Yeah, we get some stuff for free. But, yeah. Fred, what are those for? Oh, you may have missed one of the previous streams, Fred. When I am stressed, I chew my fingernails and stressed but also excited. And with the recent going to Mordian Glory full time, I have been stressed but very excited. So I chewed one of my fingernails to death and chewed one of my fingers quite badly. I'm not going to show you it to you. I've got the bandage off. It looks a bit gross. And it got infected and I left it for a couple of days. Then I had to go to the doctor to get something about it. So basically, that's what it's for. I chewed my finger so much, and it's to be fair, it's a good wake up call because I'm not chewing again, boys. I'm not doing it ever again. I've been really good since the chewing. Oh, interesting. So people are saying it's about $10, $10-15, cheap, no more. Okay, there you go. I do wash my hands, Callum. Honestly, that's the annoying thing about it. I am fastidious with hand cleaning, really fastidious with it. Like, often wash my hands, multiple times. I'll go to the toilet, I'll wash my hands properly, and then go away and be like, no, I'll give it an extra one. I don't feel comfortable with that. I'm actually really fastidious about it. So, yeah, it's actually ironic that it happened. Okay, stop washing them. Yeah, clearly. Clearly washing them doesn't work. So, yeah, that's why it's kind of ironic that I got it, because it's like, yeah. Simon, yeah, it's mouth germs. Yeah, Q and mouths and acid. Yeah, absolutely. So, I've got about that and it's VD. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what was it? I went to what was it? What would be a good name for like Vietnam in the 41st millennium? I went to Vietus Namius 1. And I caught the space VD. Oh man. Oh, Callum, you got tooth infection. Oh yeah, get that sorted, man. I'm actually due a trip to the dentist as well, but it's quite expensive. But hopefully we'll be all right. Hopefully we'll be okay. 40k Vietnam is just Catachan. Yeah, that's true. I went to Catachan and on shore leave I got the cock rot. That's basically what happened. Okay, boys. So we've got a few lists that have been sent in. Oh yeah, shit. Twilight, you dropped a super chat while you were gone. Sorry, man. Let me take a look. What does a work week for MG look like? Curious. Okay, so that's a really, really good question because I have no issue with like giving you. You guys know how open I am, and I know Ash is gonna literally shit himself if I don't do a list review soon. So I'll try and keep this quite quick, but I've got to respect the super chat as well. So bear in mind that I've only just started doing this, so there's a lot at the moment. There's a lot of setting up. So what I did for what my typical work week looks like is I tend to start work at about 10 o'clock, which is a little later than you'd expect. But bear in mind, I'm streaming until 1 most mornings. Sometimes I'll stream until 2. But I'm streaming until about 1 most mornings. And then, just so you guys know, I'm so fucking buzzed. This is how much I love streaming, right? I'm so fucking buzzed from the stream that I often can't sleep for another hour. So I don't get to sleep about 2 in the morning every day that I stream, right? So I start at about 10. That's including getting up, blah, blah, blah. I start at 10. So I get between sort of 6 and 7 hours sleep a night, which is all right. It's enough, you know. I've been on that for a long time. Some people get way less than that. I know people that get by with 4 hours sleep a night, but I tend to get about 6, 7 hours sleep a night. And then start at 10. And then first thing that I do is I get the pen of prophecy, and I write down I spend spend half an hour to an hour just thinking of new video ideas, and writing down jobs that I need to do for the day, and it starts off quite slow, but then as the pen touches paper, as I do one every day, I think, fucking hell, I'm going to run out of content, and then when I start writing, more comes out. So for example, that is just from, like, it's not, there's a bit of a mix there, but from the last 2 days of doing, like, Friday and Sunday actually, because Friday, Sunday was Sunday, I think it was like last Sunday, Friday and today, that's just a number of like videos and stuff that I've come up with. So there's loads and loads of ideas, and I don't use all of them, but I because and some of them are just like filler ideas, but that's the first thing that I do. Then I tend to do recording. Now, my recording process, I use a couple of different processes now, but I tend to record, takes about, even to do like a video, like how long was today's video? I can't see it off the top of my head. Let me take a look. About 20-minute video. Probably what, 20, let's take a look. Come on, YouTube, load. Yes, just show me the friggin' thing, YouTube. Right, 20-minute video. Let's say between 20 and 30-minute video takes about 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours to record. So I'll tend to record from 10 until about 1. That gets me like a video or 2 done. And then I go and have lunch. Now I tend to take a full hour for my lunch. Like, because especially if I'm doing like streaming, because I need to make sure that I've got a proper meal. I don't snack basically at all. And then basically in the afternoon, I will do some, what I tend to do then is I catch up on emails, catch up on comments, catch up on messages, build any models, or record some more videos. And then I tend to have dinner. And then I have dinner, and then I have a break around dinner, which is I make dinner most evenings, but the missus does a lot more tidying stuff around the house, so it balances out, like housework and everything. So I make dinner most evenings. So between making dinner and eating dinner and chilling, take about a couple of hours off, and then I come and stream for 4 to 5 hours, and that's my day. That's pretty much what I do you know, 3 to 4 days a week. That's typically what I do. And there's a lot of when I'm not recording, I'm looking at ways. I do what I call market research, where I look at ways to improve the channel, and or set something new up. So like when I was first starting this, I was spending a lot of time getting the overlays right, getting the alerts right, all that kind of stuff. I've never done it before. So that's kind of a little peek behind the curtain. So I tend to say I do 3 hours work in the morning, then an hour off, and then that takes me to 2 o'clock. Then I work from 2 till 5 or 6. That's another 3 hours. That's like 6 hours. And then I stream for 4 to 5 hours. So what I tend to work, or what I would do is I'd work on the channel, whatever you want to call it. I tend to work for 10 to 11 hours a day. That's typically how it works when I'm working on the channel. So it sounds crazy because something, you know, like this, you know, it sounds crazy, but that tends to be what I do. Some days are easier though, so it probably balances out like some, you know, but mostly it's 10 to 11 hours a day. It's not like hardcore intensive smash work, but it's, I'd say I'm sat down doing work, at least thinking about work and whatnot for 10 to 11 hours a day. Awesome. So hopefully that was. So I hope that answers your question. Right. So let's get straight into some list reviews. So wrap this up. I say wrap this up like a bad thing. I just mean like let's get into the list reviews and then we can see where we are with time. Oh, I tell you what, my stream stamina has improved a lot, but I still feel it. I still feel it a bit. Remember when I used to do 2-hour streams and be like, yeah, that's pretty good. And now I'm like, nah, 2-hour streams for a week. Got to do that 4-hour stream, boys. I could stream for 5 hours, but it knackers me for the next day. Massive thank you, Brickhill302. If you enjoyed the stream, leave a like. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I always feel a bit awkward when I do my own self plugs, but I always really appreciate it when someone else, you know, plugs it for me. So massive thank you, man. So we're going to start with Ben. He sent in Ash. No, we're going to start with Ash, and then we're going to do 2 Ben lists in a row, and then we'll see where we are from there. So Ash. Let's pop this in. Let's pop this in a chat. In a window. Anyway, you know what I mean. There. Pop this in a notepad. Just got to reallocate the old words. There we go. Share the old screen. There we go. There we go. Okay, so if you recall how Lookout Sir worked in 7th, the primer on this is how that worked with Custodes. Every single Custodes is a character, so you can Lookout Sir every single wound. In Horse Heresy 2.0, Lookout Sir is gone because you don't take saves from the closest model anymore. The controlling player allocates saves whichever model they want, but they need to allocate them to a wounded model if there is one. Okay, just like 40k. The catch is that you don't need to do that for wounded characters. All Marines have a unique unit called Suzerains, who all have a 2% save and a 5% invuln. Plus the entire squad of cats, they can pass wounds around without needing to roll, and nobody will die until the entire squad has 1 wound. Anyway, onto the list. Okay, well that sounds like utter bullshit. That sounds like it's bad. They need to fix that. That's fucking stupid. They stopped that in 40k, so they should stop it in Heresy as well. So let's look at the list. We've got a super heavy detachment. You've gone for Cadian super heavy detachment. Okay. You've gone for Marauder Destroyer, nose autocannons, Marauder Destroyer. And then we've gone for 3 Stormblades. Fucking love it, man. Absolutely love it. I mean, you don't need... I wouldn't make these Cadian. I would not make these Cadian at all. I give them something different, man. I give them a different. Because you're not getting anything from Cadian. I guess you're taking it... you're making them Cadian to make the patrol work somewhat. Okay. Now, moving... firstly, we just talked about this like as a bit of a meme list. It's kind of a meme list, but I think this is actually really, really, really good. After what I use with tanks, I think this is great because these motherfuckers don't get tied up in combat and get around LOS blocking terrain. And these motherfuckers don't care about being in combat because they'll just run you over because they're actually weirdly good in combat. So, and they can just shoot with no problems into combat. I think this is actually good. Now, the only thing I would say is you may want to consider... I don't know if the Stormblade can take them, though. You may want to consider Flames just to help you. But I guess it doesn't really matter because you just shoot into combat without any penalty as a Titanic vehicle, don't you? Just go for it. If you can't fall back, you can just fall back, shoot, and charge back in, right? Now, Lorecasting Incree is good because it gives you the extra CP. And then you get the extra squad, and you get the tech percentage here. So that's fine. Now, the only thing I would say is I kind of know why you're doing that, because you're like, right, I'm going to take... I need a patrol. I'll take Creed, who will give me a couple of CP, and then I'll take a squad and a tech priest. Great. The only thing I would say is that I feel like this is the tail. What is it? They say the tail wagging the dog. That's the saying, isn't it? I feel like this is the tail wagging the dog because this gets very little benefit from being Cadian. Very little benefit. You don't really have the CP to put into it. It doesn't get much benefit. You're taking this to try and help, but I don't know. I would be tempted to not take this detachment and just to go all in over here. It sounds crazy. I mean, this is good. Don't get me wrong, but I'd be tempted to instead sack this attachment off, go all in here, and get these 3 beasts a regiment trait. That would be where I'd go. So this is not a meme list, boys. Crazy as it might sound, this is not a meme list. That's what I'd do, actually. I'd seriously consider not worrying about CP, not worrying about anything. You could get these guys to self-repair if you wanted to. I'd go gunnery experts and jury rig repairs on these bad boys and have a great fucking time. That would be my route. Anyway, Ash, I played against them and was fortunate enough to have a shitload of precision shot. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Can see Fred saying, oh, by the way, got Dawn of War on Steam sale and installed Ultimate Apocalypse. Surprised how easy it was. Yeah, it is. Dawn of War is very moddable. I was playing it with a friend of mine and we had a lot of fun, although after a while it got a bit laggy. 3 Baneblades supporting 2 Titans, God knows how many infantry made my PC chug. Yeah, it's good, but the game engine chugs and then the PC chugs as well. But it'd be cool to do. There's been a lot to talk about in the recent streams, but it'd be great to do Dawn of War multiplayer live stream games. Again, it's always first come, first serve. Just get in there, first come, first serve, get in, have a great time, and just play some fucking Dawn of War games, man, together. I'm not very good at the game. I'll get my ass smashed to me every single time, but that doesn't really matter. Right, so, but I mean, I like doing the talking ones, but I also appreciate that not everyone wants me to just sit there, people like these video games. So there's variety the spice of life. You've got to have that mixture. So I think next stream will be like a game in one, probably, boys. Unless GW drops like a massive hammer blow. We're in interesting times at the moment, but it'll settle down again, and then we'll get into some then we'll get into some like gaming stuff. Okay, thank you for the list, Ash. As always, a pleasure to review it. Ooh, the infinite Mordian screen. You can do like what's it called? Like an infinite. What do you call like an infinite fucking? You can with OBS do like an infinite screen. It's kind of cool. That was where's the Gmail one? There you go. That's better. So what's the next one? Two from Ben. That's what I think I said. At least one from Ben. Yeah, we've got 2 from Ben. Now, I'm just going to do the second one that you sent in, Ben, if you're in the chat, simply because... you say ignore this list. Okay, I'll do the first one then. Okay, here we go. It's a similar list to the last one, so it shouldn't take too long to review. Here we go. Interesting. Massive thank you. Okay. So, Ben, here we go. Super heavy detachment. See, I love how people are just spamming the super heavy detachments. Perfect. Praetor, adamantium tracks, 2 heavy bolters, Praetor launcher. Now, what does the Praetor launcher do? If anyone has it to hand, let me know. I'm going to just try and find it on like Battlescribe, but let me know, what does the Praetor launcher do? Is it any good, the Praetor launcher? So we can get it on Battlescribe. I mean, I love the list. Just need to pick a regiment trait for it, man. It should be fine, though. Super heavy. It has 2 modes. Okay. Ben, I forgot to select regiments, but I think Katachan would be the best. Okay. Katachan or a custom one. Probably go for a custom one if you're going for Katachan, dude, because then you get reroll 1s and something else. Right. Praetor. Do you know whenever anyone ever says Praetor, it reminds me of Star Trek Nemesis. I actually really like Star Trek Nemesis. It's a cool film. Praetor Shinzon. Right, let's take a look. Oh, I've duplicated something. I meant to view it. The Praetor launcher. You've got heavy 3d6, strength 6 AP, -2, 2 damage. Nice. This weapon can target units that are not visible to the bearer. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, the target does not see the benefit of its cover. That's really strong. And then you've got Praetor launcher, foe hammer. Strength 9, -2, d6 damage, 2d6. Nice. Okay, that's really cool. That's really cool because what this lets you do is it's like a good alternative version to the to having the flyers, because the flyers won't necessarily be able to get round the loss blocking perfectly. They probably will be able to, but the bad thing about the Mordian destroyers is that they can get shot at quite quickly because they can't really hide essentially. So these guys weirdly can like hide. You might not be able to hide super heavies, but you can hide them and just fire away. And if people try and tie them up because they think, oh, the regular artillery, they'll just sit there grinding away. So actually really, really cool. Decent firepower. Now, I would argue not as much firepower as like a destroyer, a mortar destroyer, or one of these. But certainly an interesting unit. I think this is brilliant. I think being able to throw... I think every guard army just wants to throw in a fucking Stormblade now. Sounds crazy, but... Stormblades are really fucking... They just... Yeah. So cheap. So cheap. And the plasma gun's good. The lance cannons are good. The heavy bolters are good. So good, man. 400 points. Very powerful. Very, very powerful. Because you get heavy bolter in the front of it as well, don't you? Yeah, you do. Is it just the one? Does it only get the one heavy bolter front? Huh, that's interesting. Anyway, Ben, appreciate you sending the list in. I think it's a good list, in all fairness. I think it's a good alternative to the Mordian Destroyer one. So thank you for sending it in. Let's take a look at the next list. We're flying through this list review, boys. We're flying through them. So we've got Mr. Thorn now. I don't know what your actual name is, but I don't want to read out your full name because I don't want anyone to... Ah, it doesn't matter. Mr. B. Thorn. There you go. So here we go. Now, this looks like a sensible list. So we have to all be on our favourite behaviour. Sorry, with the thread, you cannot type the Praetor because it'll just squash people. Hey MG, could I be really cheeky and ask if you could run us through how you'd fix each rust turret to make them worthwhile? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Tell you what, we'll do that before we do this. So, B Thorn is also Ben. All right, okay. Mr. B Thorn, Mr. Ben Thorn. There you go, man. We've talked about fixing the rust turrets before, but how I would do it is the battle cannon needs to be flat damage 3. And a martial cannon either needs to be D3 plus 3 or needs to be... how would I put it? I've gone totally blank second. Right, start again. Battle cannon needs to be flat damage 3. The martial cannon needs... You see, that's the tires kicking in there, boys. The martial cannon needs to be either D3 plus 3 shots can fire twice or D3 plus 3 damage can fire twice. Either or. The Punisher cannon is fine, but it needs a rend rule. The Punisher cannon needs a rend rule. So rather than... Another Ben. L11 10 is another Ben. Many bends. Many guards bends. So the guards mends, it's guard bend. The Punisher cannon needs a rend rule. The problem is that it has no AP whatsoever. Its volume of fire is great, but it needs an AP value. So I think if you get like either a 6 to hit, I'd say a 6 to hit, just to represent that like it's not Ben, it's Benjamin. Okay, Benjamin. Guard Benjamin. Now it's the Punisher. I think if you get a 6 to hit, should be AP 2, not AP 3, AP 2. Unless you want to like future proof it, it should be AP 3. But like AP 2 on a 6 to hit would be nice for the Punisher because it's got that volume of fire, but it needs to be able to do something against other stuff. Because otherwise, it's just too niche. I'm kind of okay. You know, I'd kind of like strength either Strength 6 AP2 Rend or Strength 5 AP1 inbuilt with a Rend. The autocannon turret needs to be AP2 straight away and needs to fire 8 shots, and it can fire twice, so it should become 16 shots. It should absolutely murder. The autocannon one, you know that scene in Saving Private Ryan when all the infantry are climbing all over the tank and the single autocannon comes to the top and it's like ka-ching, 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 and just fucking smashes all the people to death. That should be what the autocannon should feel like. That 20mm is fucking us! It's killing us! That's what it should be like. The Eradicator should reduce toughness of any unit that it hits. It doesn't matter what unit. It could be knights, could be infantry. Eradicator. If you hit the enemy, you don't need to kill them. If you hit the enemy, then you introduce a permanent -1 toughness that round. And you fire the turret first, and then its other weapons can benefit from it. So if you take like a turret and then some like loads of heavy bolters on it, the turret, it damages it, and then the other weapons get to take advantage of that, which is great. That gives it not like such a niche role. It's great at like killing infantry and cover. Keep it strength 6, keep it AP2, keep ignore cover, make it like flat damage 2 or flat damage 3, whatever. But definitely that, you know, that radiation reduced toughness by 1, that'd be great, because then you start hitting people. Like you hit the knight with the rad cannon, and then you hit it with the battle cannon. Suddenly the battle cannon's winning on 3s, and it's a nice combo, nice 1-2 combo. Ash, is that -1 to the cumulative? I wouldn't say so. No, I mean, you could make, how I would do it is you could have, I wouldn't make it cumulative because that seems really strong. And GW are trying to tone tone the power creep down a bit. I would either introduce a stratagem or a data slate ability where the more rad rounds, more tanks that hit them with rad rounds, the more debilitating it gets. So I'd rather it wasn't a stratagem, because stratagems rely upon CP, and CP is lazy. I'd rather see a lot of things go on to data slate abilities. So I'd have -1 toughness. If you hit them with the first time, it's -1 toughness. If you hit them with another Eradicator, you could like -1 to their armor save. If you hit them with or another one, you could start minusing movement. You could start minusing strength. There's loads you could do. It's a bit like Markerlight tokens or like Crossfire tokens or anything like that. You keep stacking them on. The more you stack on, the better. So realistically, you should have almost the best buff as the first one. So it's like, if you take one Eradicator, you'll be quite well rewarded for it. But if you take like a squadron of Eradicators and they all start teeing up and start debilitating the enemy, then it's going to be really, really powerful. That's how I'd do it. So 1 is enough, but 3 not only gives you redundancy, but gives you also some pretty good incentive to stack the shots on. It shouldn't be per shot, I mean, we're talking per unit that hits. That's how I'd do it. Battle cannon, demolisher cannon, eradicator cannon, autocannon. Vanquisher cannon needs to be like the hammerhead. It needs to just... I don't care how they improve it. I just need them to get it to statistically be guaranteed to pick up a medium tank a turn. Or a medium monster a turn. It should be ultra powerful, the Vanquisher. But, and we've talked about this before, this is what I really like. Vanquishers are incredibly rare units. Incredibly rare turrets. Okay, the Forge World that makes Vanquishers has been lost. Okay, this is old fluff, but it still counts. Has been lost. Stygie's Vanquishers, it was the Forge that made them. There was only one planet that had the STC. They didn't share it. They died, and now no one can make any Vanquishers. According to the old Guard Codex, every Vanquisher tank that is lost, the Imperium will send out whole tank companies, multiple tank companies of regularly in Russes, and if they lose them all, it doesn't matter, to buy enough time for the recovery teams to go in and recover the Vanquisher, as much of the Vanquisher as possible. That's how valuable Vanquisher cannons are. And it's bullshit that that's not represented on the tabletop. So, what I would do is I would say Vanquisher cannons, you can take 1 per detachment. And the only unit that can take it is a tank commander. Okay? So, it's super limited. It's super limited. But it is literally guaranteed to either halve a knight with each shell. Each time it fires, it should halve a knight, or it should just pick up any, Lehman Russ or weaker vehicle. It should be terrifying, but they should be limited, and that's how you make it fair. If you could put them on every tank, you can just pick up a knight army a turn. That's not fair. But if you can only take realistically 1 per army, then that's fine. It's allowed to be strong. It should be strong. It should be rare, but strong. Really strong. That's how I do the Vanquisher. I think that's all of them. I don't think I've missed any. Battle, Demo, Punisher, Auto, Eradicator, Vanquisher. Oh, Eradicator. The Executioner. The Executioner is kind of fine. I just make it where it can only ever take 1 mortal wound on itself. And I'd probably make bring it in line like Space Marine Plasma. So it starts off Strength 8, AP -3, 2 damage. And if you overcharge it, it becomes Strength 9, AP 4, 3 damage. That's how I would do it. So the Executioner Plasma Cannon feels different to just being a bigger version of the Sponson Plasma. That's how I'd do it. Blako, make the Vanquisher PRO good. Yeah, absolutely. But just, even better. Do you know what I mean? You got the Tau think they've got the best technology. They don't. What people kind of forget is the Imperium has truly some of the weirdest and wackiest, but also incredible technology out there. Absolutely incredible technology out there. And there's a lot of stuff that when the Tau captures something of the Imperium, especially if it's a Mechanicus thing, they love it because it's a new piece of technology they don't have. Okay? And we've got to remember, the Tau have no understanding of warp technology, and there's just so much stuff that the Imperium sits on that they don't use. If the Tau got their hands on, they would love. People think that the Tau is the most technologically advanced race out there. That's not true. The Tau simply understand their technology the best and are able to mass produce it the most obviously the Imperium can mass produce lots of shit technology, but the Tau can mass produce has a really high standard of technology. The Imperium has a huge divide. On the bottom, you've got literally people using the equivalent of 21st, 20th century firearms. Obviously some people use like crossbows and stuff, but we're talking the majority of standard firearms. You've got most PDFs have got auto guns and stuff just like M16s, AKs. That's it. On the top, you have technology that the Tau cannot even comprehend and will never comprehend because they can't understand the warp. Okay, there's a huge divide. The Imperium has best technology, so it's okay to give them something fucking broken and overpowered. Just make it really limited because they're on. This is why I hate Primaris, because they're mass produced. So there you go. Now, let's get to this list. Let's get to this list, boys. So, we've got Cadian. So, firstly, we've got a battalion. Okay, we've got Cadian. Okay, we've got a company commander with Las Pistol and Power Fist. Dump the Power Fist. It's 5 points you don't need to spend. You can take a free Power Sword now. Do that. Knight Commander Pass. Heavy Bolter, Turret Mounted Punisher, Gatling Cannon. It's okay, but I don't like the Punisher over the Demolisher. I'd honestly swap that out. Creed, you've made your Warlord to get the extra CP. That's fine. You've gone for three missile. You've gone for 3 infantry squads with just missile launchers. I mean, you could be limited on points here, on models here, but honestly, dude, max them out. They don't cost anything. Take If you like missile launchers, take missile launchers and plasma guns in every squad. But if you can, take like las cannons, take melter guns or plasma guns, take plasma pistols, take vox casters, take power swords. Max these squads out, bro. Max them out. You've got a platoon commander, Regiment Cadia. That's pretty good. You've got 2 basilisks. They're not full payload. Don't bother with them. If it ain't full payload, don't bother taking it. The only exception to that is the Medusa. You have got a full payload basilisk. That's okay. No worries, Simon. Catch you later, man. See you tomorrow. See you at the club. And then you've got Chimeras here, double heavy flamer. They're okay. You've then got 3 more. Oh no, you've then got another detachment. It's another battalion. So you're starting on low CP. And you've gone for 3 tank commanders with marshal these guys. Now this is good. This is good. Just swap these heavy bolts out for heavy flamers and you're having a great time. You've gone for 3 more, not enough. 3 more because not enough upgrades. That's fine, but honestly, I wouldn't like give them more upgrades. Give them a lot more upgrades. And then you've got 3 armor sentinels. Okay. This list suffers from a number of serious flaws. Sounds like I'm being mean, but I'm gonna tear this list apart. But know that I love you and that I want you to do well. Okay? Firstly, get rid of the Gatling cannon. It's not worth it. Make it a Demarche cannon. Simple as that. Secondly, max all your infantry squads out. There's literally no point in leaving points on the table. Thirdly, Relic of Lost Cadia is fine. It's fine. We've got Chaos Marines on the horizon. Red Cross Cadia is fine. Thirdly, drop this and make both of these full payload. Sack off Creed's Warlord trait if you can get away with it. Thirdly, the Chimeras are fine, but you probably need more of them. And then you've just not got enough. And lastly, you've not got enough infantry. 60 infantry is going to get spanked in about 2 seconds. So you need to do one of 2 things. You either need to buy a Chimera for each one of these infantry squads, which means dropping your armored sentinels, and it means dropping your manticore. That gets you about 300 points. 300 points gets you another 4 chimeras if you take multi-laser heavy flamer ones. So roughly, so yeah, should get you about 3 chimeras. 4 chimeras. 4 chimeras means you've got a full mech army. So you've got 6 chimera squads, 4 tanks, 4 Lean Rusters including Pask, and then you've got 2 officers, which is great, and you've got 2 artillery pieces. That's a good mechanized list. The other way to do it is drop your armored sentinels and drop your manticore, and instead take 300 points of infantry, which gets you another 6 infantry squads. So there you go. That's how I see it, man. That's how I see it. I mean, you don't need his warlord trait. You don't need it. CP is interesting, isn't it? The problem you've got here is you're taking 2 detachments. You're taking 2 detachments, which is really screwing with you. Can you not take 2 detachments? No, not easily. Not easily. Okay. Can you fit it all in one brigade? The other way to go is a brigade. You make you take these. You take your 12 infantry squads. You don't have enough elites though. You sack off your chimera. The other way is to turn it into a brigade. The problem with Cadia is you need to be trying to get into one detachment. That's what you need to be doing. You're trying to get into one detachment. The other thing I would say is, if you can't get it into one, if you need to get into one detachment. That's realistically what you need to do. Which means he needs to become... Because if you're taking Creed for more CP, but you're having to spend that C... Look, if you're taking Creed, he only gives you 1 bonus CP. Because you have to make him your war... You don't have to generate a warlord trait for him. That's true. You don't have to generate a warlord trait for him. You can make him a warlord. Oh, if you make him a warlord, he gets a warlord trait. Of course. The problem with Creed is that... No, that's not true. You can make a model a warlord and not spend a CP on the warlord trait. Yeah. So make him... He only gets you 2 CP, but you're spending 3 CP on taking an extra detachment. So you're actually down... You're actually negative a CP. Then you're full payload. So now you're down 2 CP. And then you're taking relics. Now you're down 3 CP. So you're not even starting with... You're not starting with a CP to make this worth being Cadian. So either not be Cadian, drop him, make him a platoon commander and take 3 tank commanders and use your points to get more chimeras and stuff. Or get into a brigade, at which point you need more infantry anyway. That's my advice, man. That's my advice. I think if you need to be thinking about getting into 1 detachment, and I would strongly recommend you either go for a brigade with lots of infantry or you go for a battalion with lots of mech. That's my advice on this list. Now, we've got time for one more. And we've got one from... got an interesting... We've got a Warhammer, a Lord of the Rings army list. But Tom, I have played Middle Earth strategy battle game about 3 times a year ago. So it's a long. I can look at the list, but I genuinely have absolutely zero idea of what it does. But it looks cool, and I like Easterlings. How many? 500 points. Interesting. Yeah, I don't even know how the detachments or anything work. My mate Matt built the armies for me. So take this. This is a legal army. But it's cool, man. Easterlings cool. Horses cool. Infantry cool. Overall, pretty cool. I like it. Last one. Yeah, I can get 2 done. I can get this. I've got 2 left, and I'll do 2. So we've got one from Bakian Lout. This is kind of inspired by Adora. I don't know if to drop the priest to add more plasma. So it's a Scion list. Let's take a look at Yo Scions. Here we go. So thank you for sending the list in. We've got a battalion. We've got Landon Lions. Okay, good. We've got an extra relic. I suppose it might be a pseudo extra relic. Let's make this a little so I can see it a little better. Oh wow, it's got all the keywords and everything. A little difficult to read, but we'll work with it. So the Inquisitor costs a CP to take, which is tricky, but not too bad. And he's a few points, isn't he, if you've taken like a Demon Hammer and stuff. Probably wouldn't bother with the Inquisitor. I'd take an Astropath instead these days. Cheaper. Doesn't cost CP. Tempesta Prime, Refractor Field Generator, great. Keys to the Armory, great. That's perfect, good. No problems with that. Progeny of Conflict, Master of Command. Don't need to do that anymore because your orders now proc out. You don't need to take this. You do not need to take Master of Command anymore. And Tactical also Relic of Tiberius. That's good, but you don't need to take. You don't need Tactical Relic of Tiberius. You don't need extra orders now. You don't need them. You're going to be taking fewer, bigger squads, and your orders. You order 1 squad, it affects all the squads. So you don't need a tactical. You don't need Master Command. You don't need Tactical Auto Relic Creep. It's good that you've got 3 Tempestas, but you don't need those extra order buffs now. 8 shot hot. 9 lasguns? Yeah, 9 hotshot lasguns. 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 My
second squad ready for war.
That made me jump. Massive thank you to Setso1 for sponsoring the channel. I thought Setso.
Second squad ready for war.
Here you go, boys. It's coming in. It's not new channel members. It's It's
Cassican squad ready for war.
it's people were new. So these guys, I'm gonna have to adjust the counter because it's people who have become members for another month, 2 months in a row. So for some reason it thinks that they're new channel members, they're not. But we're not on 106. We're not on 106, which is a shame. But we are still on 103, which is pretty good. It's weird how that did that for some people, for not for others, isn't it? Weird. Anyway, the command rod is now free. I'm not even looking at the points, but yeah, the command rod is now free, Blako. The command rod is now free. Your man here is abusing Hammer of the Emperor, which is good. Abuse away. Each one of these squads, if they get first rank fire, second rank fire in rapid fire range, will do 6 auto wounds on average at AP 3. Doesn't matter if you're only strength 3 if you're doing 6 auto wounds. That's good. Got an Ashpath, which is good. Got Crusaders, which are good. Got 10 passive commands, which is good. Now you've gone, I think, for the trap, which is you've taken command squads that allow you to maybe get some, what do you want to call it, boots on the ground points. Or flexible command points. Sack that off, mate. Military defensive command squads need to be dropping in and smacking the fuck out of people. That's what they need to do. They need to drop in, clear an area. That's their job. Don't worry about inflexible command with this list. You're going to be all over the place. You're going to be deep striking all over the place. Don't worry about inflexible command. Just take squads that drop in and kill people. The priest is fine. I know you thought about dropping him, but no, he's a good buff for the Crusaders. Torx primes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. The magic number is 6 or 7. It's 7. I like it. Now, my only criticism is that you don't have enough. You don't have enough punch. You don't have enough punch, my man. You need. It's all well and good having a bunch of these guys, but you can't rely on that. You'll have turns where it goes wrong. You need more plasma, especially or melter. I would seriously drop this guy and one of these guys. I'd seriously drop. I know that sounds crazy, and I would max out all the special plasmas you can get and melters you can get your hands on. All of them. Because you're still going to get plenty of auto wound AP3, but now some, or AP4 or AP5, even better. But yeah, definitely take some special weapons. Scion's main strength is that you get a lot of special weapons. And lasguns are great, but you can't, even with Hammer of the Emperor, you can't rely on them. Okay, these guys will pick up the slack in terms of, hammer. Don't worry. Get yourself some plasma, bro. Get yourself some melter. And so you've got, then you're covering both bases. Then you've got volume for hammer and you've got punch, which is good. You want some punch. So thank you. I can see you in the chat, man. Thank you for the listing. Absolutely love it. And yeah, thank you for the chat. Good sound list. Good, you're on the right track. Just a few little tweaks and you'll be there. So last list, last one. Here we go. Destroyer and Standard Bearer. This is the final lineup for my shop runs this next crusade. I'll need to grab more Lanscans, but I have all of the models. I call them the Vestorians 1672nd, the letter writers, because of the Vestorians being based off the Cossacks of the steppes, and of a cheeky letter that was written by the Cossacks to the Sultan of Ottoman. Funny sort of letter, if not exactly YouTube safe. Okay, I won't read it out then. Okay, let's do it. Triple Brigade. Do you mean battalion? No, you mean brigade. What madness is this? How big is this list, man? How many points? What a great one to end on. Boys, we're going to end the stream on a triple fucking brigade list. I don't even know what the fuck this is. This is Crusade for you, man. It's some mad bastard fucking thing, isn't it? Right, here we go. So, a triple brigade list. How do we even review this? So, it's Destroyer, of course. You've got a company commander with a bolt gun and power sword. You've got a Lord Commissar with a bolt gun and power sword. Fine. You've got infantry squads with grenade, vox, autocannon. Grenade. The old GLAC squads. Amazing. GLAC. 200 power level for Destroyer and Standard Bearer. Amazing. I love grenade launcher autocannon squads just for their traditional value. They're not good, not in 8th, not in 9th, they're shit. But there was once a time when autocannon grenade launcher squads were the best thing Guard could take. Raise your glasses to past editions, boys. So, how many of those do we have? 6. Nice. Oh, you got a Premier Psych as well. Nice. Veterans equipped with the good shit. Yeah, I like it. Commissar. I don't like the Commissar. Drop the Commissar, please. He's a waste of time. I accepted the Lord Commissar because you needed him to fill out your extra HQ slot. But please drop the regular Commissar. It's just terrible. Even in Crusade, it's terrible. 2 Commander, Bolt Gun Pathers, that's fine. Special Weapon Squads, I mean, you're taking 4. You can't take 4 unless your Crusade... unless your Crusade doesn't allow for... doesn't care about the rule of 3. If it doesn't care about the rule of 3, then you can start sacking off like Lord Commissars to take more company commanders, because Lord Commissars are literally a waste of time. So yeah, you can't sack one of these special weapon squads off. Oh, no rule of 3. Right, no rule of 3. Drop him, take a platoon commander. Drop him, take a company commander. The others are fine. Also, sack off your primary. Get Astropaths. You've not got any so far, but we'll see. Our Sentinels, missile launchers, good. Heavy weapon squads, las cannons. Yeah, I guess, but you want mortars, man. They're just gonna die. They're just gonna die very, very quickly. Even in a big 4K game, they're just gonna die in a depressing fashion. Historian, good. Brigade number 2. Make the Master Pass, take more company commanders. Same as last time. Grenade launcher roster cannon is fine. Elite, fine. Sack off sniper rifles, take different weapons. Just fuck off sniper rifles, man. They're shit. They're never going to do anything. So just take melter and plasma or flamer. That's all you want to do with special weapon squads. Sack off snipers, they're dog shit, mate. You're never going to get any use out of them. Missile launchers fine, but I prefer las cannons myself, but missile launchers are fine. Sack off these, it's okay taking the las cannons, man, but again, they're going to die pretty quickly. If you could tuck these in more infantry squads, go for it. Same again, Ashpass, more company commanders. Or Premier Psychers are pretty good. Premier Psychers are good. You want some Premier Psychers. Good. Same again. Good. Right, so. Obviously, what I would say is, here's some advice for you. If you have your heart set on these big las cannon blobs, which is fine, it's Crusade, it's fun, it's great. If you have, first I will say, I love the list. I might be being a bit harsh because I'm a little tired, but I love the list, and don't take my being harsh as me being mean or thinking it's shit. I love it, okay? Now, if you really want to take these squads, then I recommend you take the autocannons from here and put them in here, because autocannons don't really care about dying, and you don't care if they die. And las cannons, you do care to die, so you might as well put them in here so you get some nice benefits out of it. Now, you are obviously running them as destroyer because you are destroying standard bearer. However, bear in mind, especially if you're taking this many heavy weapons and stuff, bear in mind you might want to take Cadian. I know you are destroying standard bearer, but you're going to get a lot of mileage out of Cadian. All the heavy weapon teams, rerolling all hits. It's pretty nice, dude. It's pretty nice. So just consider it. My only advice would be try and get some mortars in here if you can. You haven't got any indirect fire. Change those. If you can, change those out. If you can't, don't worry about it. At the end of the day, mate, it's Crusade, it's fun. As long as you're having fun, you'll be fine. That's it, really. that's it. So, I hope you enjoyed the list of views and everything. That's really, really cool. I really enjoyed it, and we actually got through them all, which is nice. It's nice when you get through them all. So, we'll go back to the old main view. There we go. Which is great. So, I just want to say, once again, boys, thank you for an absolutely fantastic stream. It's been amazing, as always. Getting good at it, you know, I still feel myself flagging a little bit the 4 hours, but my stream stamina is getting better and better. And I just want to say just a huge thank you to everyone that's just joined, been chatting away, interacting. Fantastic. It's all of you great. Just joining and viewing is so good. So Chuck and Joe, you're back just in time, but we're actually signing off. So there you go. But good to have you just at the end there, man. For sure, Thunderbear. Crusade starts next month. I can change it, but I love the mustache waves. Hey, mate, it's Crusade. Rule of cool wins. Just take what you love, man. Just take what you love. If you love snipers, take it. If you love lads cannons, take it. If you love Destroyers, take them. There you go. These are Fox, of course, I arrived just at the end, lol. Don't worry, man. You can watch the full live stream. The moment that I end, you can watch it all the way through. YouTube's really, really good for that. Now, I just want to say massive thank you to everyone who joined today, and it's just so good. Oh man, one last super chat. Bane Blades are so fun now, and I sent my list in for next time. Drink water, my dude. This is for you, man. It's for you, Gen Quarters. Don't worry, it's sugar-free, so it's very hydrating. Oh, man. Massive thank you, Gen Quarters, for seeing us out with a fantastic super chat. My main Hydro homie in the channel. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you, dude. You see, my main Hydro homie. He's always got my back. He's always got my back. I love it. Thank you so much. Trucky Joe, I posted my list onto your face page. I'll take a look at it then. Don't worry. But I'll do it for next stream. No, I'm just absolutely shattered, dude, to be honest. But thank you for joining anyway. Now, what was I going to say? It's been great. We had 125 people at the beginning of the stream, and we've consistently had 50 to 60 in at the end. So good. When I first started, we were looking at 30 to 20. Now we're looking at 50 to 60. It's just so good. We're just growing. We're doing so well as a community. We're smashing it. We've finally got some power back in our list, and God are going to feel great. Now, boys, you guys are all getting in at the ground floor. We are going to do so fucking well as God now, I can just tell. After this weekend where I took a meme list and smashed it, boy, oh boy, I feel God are powerful, guys. This is the start of something beautiful, and let's just enjoy it for as long as we can. But hopefully, we're all here together at the beginning of MG full time. This is it. We're here together at the beginning of MG full time, and hopefully we will be able to go together, and it's going to be great, and we'll make loads of friends. It's just going to be fantastic. It's going to be fantastic. So thank you to everyone who joined today. Thank you to everyone that liked. Thank you to every new channel member. Thank you to all the super chats. I'll go through, of course, and say my thank yous. But just amazing. Yeah, Fred, reached channel goal. Thank you so much. Yep, I reached channel goal. So 24-hour painting live stream coming. I'm shattered after 4 hours, so I'm probably going to die after 24 hours. But I think it'll be a bit of a chill one. I'll be doing a lot of painting and stuff and a bit of chatting. You know, I've got to paint stuff for 24 hours. So massive thank you to everyone that joined today. And of course, let's go through and say thank you to all of the incredible super chatters. To Gen Quarters, my main Hydra homie. To Twilight. To L11 TriStar, the big dick swinging fucking super chatter. Absolutely incredible support, man. Just amazing. To Fred. To the Catachad. To Killer Kriegsman. To Tom. To Arantanak. To Atin for subscribing. To John Davis. To Gankistani. To Andy. To Blake M. To Caligula for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part. To Tom Sutton, to Tao Tom, to James Espinoza, to August Varney, to Ryan Hancock for becoming a channel member, to Destroying Standard Bearer, to Dwarf Hammer, to Brad Antlicker, and liker, sorry, and liquor. Looking some ads. I've got to L1011 again for the many super chats. To August Varney, to Sly Varney, the one man super chatting army, to Bazantifile 76, to Lyman Abraxas, to Justin Dean, to Mukip, to Eric McCombs, and to Silent Warrior for becoming a channel member and just being absolutely fantastic. And thank you to everyone who subscribed and watched and liked. 78 likes, absolutely incredible. Smash the channel goal, boys. Mordian Glory, just smashing it. We are going from strength to strength. It's going to be amazing. Thank you so much. You're all truly wonderful people. Next stream will be at Wednesday, 9 till 1. Until then, I'll see you guys next time.
Keep up the pace, don't let yourself lose the count for a second. Remember which end the bullets come out of, and the other less important lessons. I said I'd follow you through anything, hell or high water, which is convenient now that most days spent beside you are just hell. Others call it survival skills, but I know now it's just up to luck. A squad somewhere between a pending cluster bomb and a clusterfuck. For everyone that falls, another 10 rise up to take their place. That's a beautiful sentiment, as long as you are the corpse they replace. Who am I to stand in the way of morale? Observe my smiling face. I'm told that through my faith I won't die. I'll give a testament just in case. Don't lie, we'll be dead and gone before we know it. So when I die, shift the numbers up once more, replace me. Just smile, what are we without humor and horror? It's worth it, failure, glory, life and living. All of your guns, all of your cause, the bad ones most of all, they define you. They're the lowest standard we can strive to. Your faults, your tact, inordinate amounts of flack. In all the carnage, there's no one I'd rather stand beside. Every day lived another semi-successful running gun, but with friends like these, maybe dying's not the worst of outcomes. If given the choice again, I'd gladly partake of these death games. The only true mistake is not to play us a friendly fire. Keep up the pace, think on your feet, work around the flaws in plans, and while we're breathing, count our blessings, save a calm, this shit gets messy. Oh, there's stupidity, makes me want to cry. I guess there's some who have it worse than I. It's not insubordination, and it's not having your back, but trusting your cause is like waiting for a heart attack. When it can't be that bad was what you said. Don't stop, if life catches up, we'll surely meet our deaths. No rhyme or reason, are you sure we aren't chaos? Our laughter hand goes wrong. Though our path isn't always right, it's not a thing we can't overcome with spite.